Alrighty,
Sorry.
call to order. Gonna start with roll call. Anthony Fuentes, I'm here. Trustee Laura,
Present.
Brooke,
Here.
Dr. Chris Cruz-Boone,
Here.
Mike.
Here.
Alrighty, seeing no public comments, it is recommended to adjourn to closed session. Have a motion?
This is Laura. I motion that we return.
This is Chris, I second.
Alrighty, all those in favor?
Aye.
Alright. Alrighty, reconvening to open session. We will get started today with the flag salute. So, I would like to invite Jessica Basaldua, 8th grade at Stern Middle School, up to the podium to lead us in this evening's flag salute. Now, before she starts, I'd like to share some kind words that her principal and vice principal shared with me. Jessica is an 8th grade student at Stern Middle School. Jessica has made great strides this year to become a dedicated and resilient student. With the support of staff, she demonstrated hard work and determination, putting her on track to graduate this May. Jessica embodies perseverance and grit, exemplifying BCSD's portrait of a graduate competency as a resilient learner. She looks forward to continuing her education, graduating high school, and pursuing a career as an ultrasound tech. Jessica, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag.
Do we have her mic on? Cool.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Right there, the gentleman in the camp.
That guy first, and then all your teachers and everyone.
Oh my goodness.
And I'll look this way for everybody else.
Over here.
This way now?
All right. Congrats. All righty. Moving on to item C3, report of closed session. During its recently concluded closed session, the board voted to reject the following claim for damages. The board voted to reject a claim for damage from DRGR against Bakersfield City School District. The vote was unanimous. The board voted to reject a claim of damages from RCM against BCSD. The vote was unanimous. The board voted to reject a claim for damages from ZS against BCSD. The vote was unanimous. This is not a duplicate vote. The board voted to reject a claim for damage from ZS against BCSD. The vote was unanimous. The board voted to reject a claim for damage against AS against BCSD. The vote was unanimous. And the board voted to reject a claim for damages from JS against BCSD. The vote was unanimous. That was a lot of them, but now we can go on to recognition. So moving on to item 4, recognition of the BCSD students and choir teachers that were selected to participate in the 2025 California All-State Junior High Honor Choir.
Superintendent Lukey, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Board of Education and colleagues, my name is Michael Stone. I serve as Visual and Performing Arts Coordinator, and it's my pleasure to recognize all State Honor Choir students right here from Bakersfield City School District. These students auditioned a really rigorous audition process and were selected to participate at the All-State Honor Choir in Sacramento this past January. Their teachers will come forward at the end and be recognized with the photo. Mr. Christopher Chappelle, if we could recognize him real quick. And also Mrs. Teresa Smith. Congratulations, teachers. Our first student is Emily Sendejas from Cato Middle School. Our second student is Eva Eisman from Cato Middle School. Next, we have Jacqueline Franco, also Cato Middle School. Our next student from Downtown School, Isaac Santoyo. Next is Olivia Killian from Stern Middle School. We also have from Stern Middle School, Mackenzie Lee. And our final student of the 7, the most from any school district in Kern County, and this year's All-State Honor Choir, is Penelope Legaretta, also from Stern Middle School. If I may, Penelope was also selected for the All-National ACDA, American Choral Directors Association National Honor Choir, and was in Dallas last week. So congratulations, Penelope. Thank you, Mr. Lukey. Yes, Mr. Chappelle and Mrs. Smith, please come forward to be recognized.
Okay, parents, go ahead. Take your
You can come over here.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Dad.
Okay, grab the right one. Good system going.
She's been with Joey since kinder. Remember I had her from the Black Center when she did.
This is my chair.
I think I've got yours.
No, I think you have mine. I think we're flipped. That's okay.
Oh.
I'll flip them back.
Oh, yes.
And our principal, Mira.
All righty, we're going to move on to item number 5, recognition of the BCSD overall winners for the Nutrition Services Department Junior Chef Competition.
All right, good evening, Mr. Luque, members of the board, members of the community and families. I'm Eric Sabella, the Nutrition Services Director for Bakersfield City School District. I'm delighted to acknowledge the exceptional students who participated in this year's Junior Chef Competition. 16 students who were chosen from over 400 entries were chosen to compete in a live event, live Junior Chef Competition event. And out of those 406, also the 16, we have 2 main category winners here, and they're here this evening. I'd like to present to you overall winners, Grace Menchaca from Chavez Elementary School. She impressed us with her blueberry banana muffin topped with homemade granola. Grace not only claimed the trophy for best overall breakfast, but also received recognition for creativity and student-friendly recipes. And we would also like to present to Erin Avila from Fremont Elementary School. Erin Aaron secured the top spot with his delicious homemade chicken pozole. Aaron's exceptional dish earned him the best overall lunch trophy, and he was also recognized for best lunch creativity and taste. To add, these winning recipes will be featured on our menus April 23rd and April 24th. And also the nutrition department would like to thank last year's winner, Jenica Vega, and the board members, Dr. Chris Cruz-Boone, thank you. And thank you, Mrs. Brooke Malley-Alt, for being judges at our competition. We appreciate that, thank you.
I'm still waiting for the recipe. Congratulations. Oh, you're fine. Right in the middle. You guys need to be right in the middle. But you're ready for it next year. I was going to say, when are you going to get us the recipes?
We're gonna have samples. They're in a vault. Okay, parents?
Where's the pen?
Mine is first because it's, yep. We'll find out. Alrighty, so moving on to item number 6, excellence in BCSD employee recognition program.
Thank you very much, and good evening, everyone. It is my privilege this evening to introduce to you our recipients of this month's Excellence in Education Awards. These are individuals who represent and model our district's values in their day-to-day work and also have a huge impact on our students' academic success. So I'd like to start out with the category of accountability. Please welcome and congratulate Jennifer Hines, MTSS coach from Instructional Support Services. We also have Briseida Guerrero, psychologist from Special Education. In the category of caring, please congratulate Concepcion Salinas, special education aide from Evergreen Elementary. We also have Kimberly Dunham, teacher from Jefferson Elementary. And Maria Barrientos Lopez, teacher from Frank West Elementary. Wendy Hernandez, office assistant from Wayside Elementary. In the category of collaboration, we have Jocelyn Ventura, principal at Wayside Elementary. We also have her secretary, Maria Sagasta, school secretary at Wayside Elementary. Way to go, Wayside. continuing with collaboration, Kimberly Guzman, School and Community Facilitator Driver from School Health and Wellness. And Marianne Gardenlove, teacher from Fletcher Elementary. In the category of equity, we have Yenny Nolasco, bilingual translator clerk from Communications. And in our last category for this evening, it is our workplace safety. And that is, please congratulate Ina Brookins. She is a CPAL at Harding Elementary.
That's amazing.
We also have Christopher Marshall. He is a campus supervisor at Casa Loma Elementary. Let's give our fabulous employees another round of applause as they join our board for a picture.
You guys have to be in the front. You have to be in the front. You have to. Tall. I love that you're trying to hide back there. You're supposed to be up there. Pretend like they like each other. Do we need to look to the right, tell the cameras on the right?
Thank you all.
That was a new experience. Yeah, well, and Silver Lip, I gave up social media. My sister kept screenshotting and sending me. She was like, the internet hates you. And I was like, that's okay. Let them in. You want me to tell them?
Yeah.
That's okay. I know that they're so passionate. I can't take that. No. And if they need someone new, okay. Fight for your kids. How many people do you have that will take their services for kids, you know?
The most there is 4.
You know, this month we went to the CAC meeting. You should try to go next month because we're one month. So that's we don't have to vote on it, but it's our special education. It's on Wednesdays, once a month. It's so good. This month's up, next month's up. So it's good. You should go. Tell Cindy she'll go too.
Alrighty, looks like we can move to item number 7, approval of minutes of the regular meeting on Tuesday, February 25th, 2025. It is recommended that the minutes of regular meeting on that date be approved.
This is Chris, so moved.
This is Laura, I second.
Thank you. All of those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
All right. Moving on to item number 8, public comments. So, to our visitors, members of the public may request that items be placed on the agenda of any regular board meeting. The items must be directly related to school district business. Items placed on the agenda by the public will be for information discussions so that the board may be advised of the views of the community. Individuals may address the Board of Education by completing the form provided at the door and submitting it to the administrative assistant prior to the start of the meeting. In order to run an efficient meeting, the board is not able to take questions or comments from the floor. The total time allotted for an individual to speak to an item shall not exceed 3 minutes and shall not exceed 15 minutes on any one subject. In order to ensure that non-English speakers receive the same opportunity to directly address the board, any member of the public who utilizes a translator shall be provided twice the allotted time to address the board. So we will start with, let's see, Corinne Liu, and after that will be Stephen Phillips. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Corinne Liu, my husband Sam, and this is our son Johnny.
Hello.
He attends Cesar Chavez Elementary. Chavez is an inclusive campus, and our students are not just allowed at FACE events, the carnival, the family picnic, and the booster club meetings. They are expected, and our families are welcome there as well. In a nutshell, our son is not in a special ed program there. He is a member of the community, and so are we.
Really, I am?
You are. And when we arrived on campus, Johnny was in 1st grade. We came to his IEP loaded for bear because we had been demanding that he be allowed to mainstream for a part of his year the year prior. Because lunch and recess are not really mainstreaming. We opened his meeting and we expressed our desire, and Mrs. Jensen, the principal, asked us what subject was his strongest, and we said math. Mrs. Jensen asked the teacher what she thought, and the gen ed teacher welcomed her to his class. Mrs. Jensen ordered an extra desk and a math book, and he began instruction the next day. Johnny was included in the class celebrations, and I wept my way through the Mother's Day tea. Why are we sharing this with you? We've all calmed down a little bit. Thank you for listening to us. But our son has high-functioning autism, and he benefits from his program at Chavez. He has his recorder concert tomorrow, not tonight, and he looks forward to learning the percussion instruments next year. He wants to play the drums.
No, I want to play the xylophone.
The xylophone. Drums first. Every year, he depends on the support of his autism classroom and staff, though he does seem to need less structured support as time moves on. Did every day of the last 3 years go smoothly? No. Johnny needed his teachers to work through some fine-tuning of schedules and providing extra help. They had to investigate some interesting stories. His autism classroom had to encourage Johnny to work at things that are hard for him, and they're skilled at pushing him to continue to grow. There's great staff at Chavez. There are, huh?
It's true.
Thank you for not pulling the rug out from under him next year. If the district wants to help their students successfully mainstream, we're on board. Take a good look at Chavez and the leadership provided by Mrs. Jensen and her staff. Johnny and his classmates can mainstream at Chavez while continuing to receive the support they need from his autism program.
Mama, I
Yes.
need to add something.
Okay, you've got 15 seconds. Go.
And plus, Chavez is a bullying-free school.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next is Stephen Phillips.
Is the overflow still at that level?
Most of them are. I don't know.
Okay, I'll call that name again later on if he happens to be here. Michelle Calvillo.
Hello, my name is Michelle Calvillo. Good evening, colleagues and members of the board. I want to begin by expressing how much I love being a part of the Kern staff. From our reading specialists and academic coaches to our BISs, campus supervisors, and administration, we have an incredible team that is dedicated to supporting our students. With this strong network, we have the ability to offer students the help they need to succeed. However, I must address a significant challenge that is impacting our school and campus life: student behavior. While many students are doing their best, others continuously push the limits. When there are no real consequences for these actions, these behaviors persist and often escalate. Even more concerning is the ripple effect it creates. Other students see disruptive behavior goes unaddressed, and it leads to loss of respect for my authority and that of our educators. I have experienced instances where students have pushed and slapped me, which has raised significant concern for my safety. What makes this more troubling is that I was visibly pregnant during the majority of these attacks. Beyond the physical actions, the amount of class time lost managing these behaviors is overwhelming. Each disruption takes away from valuable learning opportunities for all students. We are committed to fostering a positive learning environment, but we need clear and consistent support when it comes to addressing behavioral issues. Both students and staff deserve to feel safe in the classroom and on campus. Our students deserve a safe, respectful, and productive space where they can thrive. Thank you for your time and consideration. I hope that together we can implement solutions that will benefit both students and our school community. Thank you.
Thank you. Danielle Brown.
Good evening. I can talk in front of children all day long, but adults I'm scared, so I'm going to try my best. My name's Danielle Arthurs Brown. I'm a 6th grade math and science teacher at Kern Middle School. And before I begin, and I'm going to talk fast because I got 2 minutes and 50 seconds, I am so proud of my school. I love my school. I love the teachers I work with. We are a community. We're a family. And we have the best teachers that I've had the privilege to work with. We love our students. I have been supported by my admin, and they have done everything they can do for me. As Ms. Calvillo had said, our school, we're having some issues with behaviors and violence. And I'm coming to you because our admin can only do so much, and we need your help at my school. We desperately need your help. We had an incident, and I might get emotional, and I apologize, but we had an incident a week and a half ago where one of our teachers was brutally attacked. And it didn't have to happen. It didn't have to happen. Students are allowed to return to school after repeated behaviors, specifically violent behaviors. And we're starting to ask ourselves when we come to work, is today going to be the day that something else happens? We have come up with, especially since this has happened, we have come up with in our own classrooms, how do we keep my students safe? How do we keep ourselves safe? And it's just in our classroom walls. I'm asking you today, we need more security, resources, CPALs, trained CPALs. We have 900 plus students on this campus, and we just don't have enough CPALs or resources to turn to. I had an incident at the beginning of the year in my classroom that was going to be an attack. I got the girl out, but when I got her out of my room, there was no CPAL inside, which is not their fault. We just don't have enough. And I was lucky because my students that were 7th graders, I screamed at them and yelled and asked for help, and they went and got me help. So that's why I'm coming to you. I feel like our admin's tied,
And we really need your help because we are such an amazing school and we want to feel safe. We want our kids to feel safe. We want them to be successful in their education. We have some great, great children, but we really, really need your help. Thank you.
Up next is Monica Parker.
Members of the board, Mr. Lukey, good evening. I'm also a teacher at Kern Middle School, and I'm here because same reason. As many of you are aware, a first-year teacher was assaulted 2 weeks ago on our campus. We're all here, we're in our Kern colors to ask, not for the first time, for action to be taken to increase student and staff safety. At a staff meeting after the assault, the word unbelievable was used to describe what happened. I really have to push back on that term because if you've worked on our campus for the past few years, this assault would sadly not have surprised you. Violent fights are nothing new, and staff members have been intentionally hit during these fights intentionally. Many may be asking, is there an extra measure proven to increase safety already in place in other districts? Yes, there absolutely is. Starting in the fall of 2023, I started to ask why we did not have an alternative on-site placement for some of our Tier 3 students. I personally, as the union site rep, have been involved in 13 meetings with admin over the past year and a half. Our area director was at one of those meetings and has been made aware of our requests. At every one of those meetings, I have asked, why do we not have an on-site alternative placement for our most troubled students? When extreme Tier 3 students are not supported enough on the verge of expulsion, that's when things become dangerous. At that critical point is when they need more intensive support instead of being set up to fail. Typically, our students and campus security people are the most at risk. One incident this year involved a CPAL being purposely thrown by a student into a pole in a fight. She was dizzy, nauseous, very shaken up from her head injury and left the campus in an ambulance. That happened in November. At that point, I met with my administrator again, repeating the same logical requests, pleading, and nothing changed. Back to that word unbelievable, there's just no way that that applies here. Actually, there's a far more fitting word, and it's negligence. Most other surrounding districts have alternative on-site placement for students in serious need. Rosedale, Greenfield, Norris, where middle schools have far fewer fights and expulsions. Yet they have these classes. Kern has a far greater need with nothing like this in place, and it just makes no sense. Last year, this negligence led to 13 staff members leaving Kern. Please do not continue to blame the system or the state for this negligence. I'll repeat, a teacher was assaulted. As I stated last year at the end of my speech to you, please listen to our requests and take them seriously. Kern deserves better. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Jenna Agteng.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak about an issue that affects every student, teacher, and staff at Kern Middle School. Currently, I have an 8th grader, 7th grader, and 6th grader who attend Kern Middle School, and it was unfortunate to hear about an assault that occurred to my daughter's volleyball coach and my son's physical education teacher. Ensuring a safe and secure environment is not just a priority, it is a necessity for fostering academic success, personal growth, and overall well-being. I would like to acknowledge the efforts already made to maintain safety. However, like any school, there is areas where we can improve, and it is our collective responsibility to address these concerns. I believe adding a specialized class on campus at Kern Middle School for students with extreme behavioral issues would be beneficial. This class would allow repeat offenders to continue their education while being separated from the general student body. Additionally, I believe the addition of more CPALs would be advantageous in enhancing supervision and support. If safety concerns are not addressed, we will continue to lose valuable teachers who play a crucial role in shaping our students' future. Addressing safety issues is not the responsibility of one group alone. It requires collaboration between students, parents, teachers, and administration. We can play a role by reporting concerns, supporting each other, and being proactive in promoting a culture of safety and inclusion. In conclusion, safety at Kern Middle School is a shared responsibility. By working together, we can ensure that our school remains a place where everyone feels secure, empowered, and are empowered to learn to grow. Let us take action today and create a safe tomorrow. Thank you for your time and commitment to making Kern Middle School a safer place for all.
Thank you. Our next public comment comes from Jessica Evans, please.
Hi, y'all. How's everyone? Good. I'm Jessica Evans. I'm a product of Bakersfield City School District. I went to Colonel Baker, Kern Junior High, not middle school, but junior high. That's how old I am. But anyway, I'm coming because of the district track meet. It was a 0. I give it a 0. Parents, coaches, kids are being left behind. And I see the sign that says Bakersfield City School District, where their children comes first. They didn't come first at the district meeting this year. And Mr. Hayward is his name, went to talk to him yesterday. He takes responsibility for nothing. He takes responsibility for nothing. He blames children. He blames coaches, but he never took responsibility for anything. And I think that's an absolute disgrace. He needs to be talked to. Mr. Lukey, he needs to be talked to, point blank and to the period. I came here to let you know I am an advocate, and this is my grandchildren that I'm advocating for. I didn't have to come down here as much as I do for my grandchildren as I did. I didn't have to come down here for my children. I have 3 products of Bakersfield City School District. You know, it's like 4 or 5 generations, and we're getting not returning. These kids want to succeed, they want to have fun, and they don't have the avenues or the build-up. You're tearing them down, not bringing them up. All I'm saying is, get with it. I said this for Manuel Carrizales. Get with it. Come on, don't break nothing. Why are you breaking stuff that's not broken? But then when something is broken, let's fix it. Let's fix it. Let's help our kids. Thank you.
And we did miss one comment from Stephen Phillips, if you are here. Okay. Alrighty, thank you all. We're going to move on to letter D, reports of district organizations. Item number 1, Classified School Employees Association, CSEA, Chapter 48, Dyname Jimenez, President. Welcome.
I respectfully request that you be patient with me. I'm recovering from the flu and laryngitis, but I feel it's important to attend these board meetings and stay informed. Mr. Lukey and Board of Trustees, I would like to start off by saying thank you, Board of Trustees. I understand that, I'm so sorry, just a moment. Thank you, Board of Trustees, for voting down the layoff proposal at last month's board meeting. I understand that that means that reductions will need to be made elsewhere. This is a challenge that we will all face together in the 25-26 school year. I would like to mention that the labor rep and I continue to have bi-monthly labor management meetings with HR, where we discuss and resolve various labor issues. These valuable meetings continue to run smoothly. I would like to mention that there are growing labor concerns that happen at the school sites or departments. When a classified staff member gets called into a meeting with the principal or department head, and it may be disciplinary, the member has the right to call for representation. The member would then call the union steward, also known as a job steward, or the president, to be present with them at this meeting. In CSEA, should a member need representation, they will call again the president or the chief union steward to attend this meeting with them. If they are not able to attend, a union steward, chief union steward would have an appointed union steward attend the meeting with them. There are some instances where the labor rep will attend the meeting with the member and the union steward. I am asking for collaboration and mutual respect during these meetings. When a union steward attends a meeting with the member and the administrator or principal, the union steward and the administrator or principal are equals. The union steward is there to ensure that the member's rights are not being violated, and they are given their due process. Excuse me. There have been instances where we have been belittled by principals and administrators. There have been instances that we have been told to not speak. There have been instances that we have been told that we are only there to take notes. There have been a couple of instances where our labor reps have been disrespected. Our labor reps have been ignored and their questions not answered at these meetings. I respectfully request that the department heads, principals, follow the same guidelines that are expected and written on all job descriptions, models, personal and professional values of equity, integrity, caring, collaboration, and personal and collective accountability. Thank you.
Thank you, Dinah Mae. Number 2, Labor's International Union in North America, LIUNA, Local 777, Bob Boyd, President, is not present. Moving on, number 3, Bakersfield Elementary Teachers Association, Beta, Steve Comstock, President.
Good evening, everybody. Mark, board. I have 3 things I wanted to talk about. The first thing I was going to say, so now I guess it's 4, is listening to what Dinah Mae was talking about. She's talking about the duty of representation. And that's something that my reps have dealt with as well, from principals and people in the district office who somehow think that when you put somebody in the room to represent somebody, that they're there to be a witness. But that's not what they're called. The Weingarten rights afford the duty of representation. And a representative can ask questions. A representative can do exactly that, represent the person in these meetings. And the wine garden rights aren't just for the certificated personnel, they're for the classified personnel as well. So I really hope that some retraining takes place on that, because every year we have to deal with this issue of representation is something that we do and we have a right to do. And there's times that it's much easier for that representative to ask the questions, whether they're clarifying or just in search of information that a member is not ready to ask. So please be mindful for that and honor that request, because if not, there's things like PERB violations and things like that that I know I'm perfectly happy to write up. So, but that is not what I came up here to talk about. I wanted to talk about three things. One, I want to apologize for not having our sun shining done. We kept our surveys open for an extra week, which pushed back the meetings I need to have with the stakeholders. So it is my absolute intent to have it ready for the April meeting so that you will have our sunshine for bargaining. Then I also wanted to talk briefly about the surplus. I know that we had, the surplus was supposed to take place this month. Surplus is basically where teachers at sites are able, two teachers with the most seniority out of the ones that all want to do it, are able to put their names into the surplus and basically say, I am putting my position into the surplus for somebody else to take, and I am willing to choose from a list of open positions based on seniority for the upcoming school year. And then the site principals have the right to add one more name to that, allow one more name to be added if they see fit. We were set to do that this month, but we've had to delay it because of the normal movement of principals still has to take place as the first step, and we were told by BCSD that they needed extra time to do that so that they could meet with sites and talk with them to make sure that they're having needs assessments and making sure they're getting the kind of people they want and they're to be part of their teams. I do want to say that it does cause a bit of a hardship, because now we have people that aren't going to find out where they're going to be working until the end of April, beginning of May. And I'm sure that also puts a little bit of stress on some of the site administration teams, because they don't know who's going to be at their sites on their teams and what that's going to look like for the upcoming school year. Last thing I want to talk about, and I've talked about it, and I'm sure you're all sick of hearing about it, is employee retention. But what I wanted to talk about with employee retention is an issue that's become bigger and bigger each year. And I don't think it's the fault of this board or this district. We have a legislature that continues to legislate what we as educators and a district can do to help students in need that are having discipline issues, behavior issues, and things like that. And every step along the way, it feels like we're being told that we have fewer and fewer rights in the classroom and at the school sites. But what you had here tonight was a group of teachers that are not saying, I want these kids excluded from school. They're not saying, I want these kids kicked out of school, even though some of them absolutely deserve it. What they're saying is, we want tools to help these kids. We want tools to make our school a safer and healthier environment for everybody that's working there, so we can deliver that same healthy environment to those students. We need to give those students a path forward when they feel like there is no path forward. When they know that they're not going to graduate. When they know that these things are being taken away from them, they have no other outlet, so they just say, what the hell? I'll punch her in the face. They talked about the teacher that had her nose broken a couple weeks ago. What they didn't talk about was the kid that was in the fetal position on the ground while that student then was beating on them. This is something that we've got to find a solution to. Now, part of our problem is we have a behavior system in the district that every parent has to sign off for in the back of the parent guide. It's a set of A, B, C, D, and E behaviors, and we don't honor them. It says the level A behaviors are the ones that are the behaviors that the teachers are supposed to be responsible for. the ones that they're supposed to take care of in the classroom through their own behavior system. Unfortunately, the teachers seem to have become responsible for the A, B, and C behaviors, because we'll be told, you know what, yeah, they may have gotten in a fight, but no one was really hurt. There was no real blood. They were play fighting. They didn't mean it. So they get sent back to class, and the teachers now have to deal with kids that are ready to go at it again, or maybe go at them again. Because I'll tell you, it wasn't these teachers are challenging the students, they're putting themselves between a student that's being attacked and the attacker. They could just as easily stepped away, but then what are we going to have? We keep saying that something really bad has to happen before things happen in this district. We've got to quit being so reactive and start being proactive. So I beg that you, and I did it again. I said I wouldn't say that. I said it last time. But we have to be better. And honoring requests from educators like this who come to you with hat in hand saying, help us help our students. Because it's all they've asked. They haven't said, suspend these darn kids that are doing this. They're saying, help us help those students. Give us tools. Because the state keeps taking them away. And I know that we don't have some kind of magic idea of how we're going to do that, but I think together we need to figure it out. And I think they've given you some good ideas. We need them at more than just Curran, but Curran's asking, and they're here now asking for it. So thank you very much for listening.
All right, moving on to item E, Board of Education. We'll be starting with board member comments. I'm first on the list, so I'll get us started. First things first, March is almost done. We're almost there. And then spring break comes in April, so we're happy about that. I only wanted to say thank you to all of our public commenters today. We heard from so many people, parents, students, was not expecting that, really awesome, as well as our teachers. I'll just say thank you for being here. We see you. Moving on to our next board member, Dr. Chris Cruzba. Your turn.
Hi everyone, happy March. The first week in March was Read Across America, and I spoke in a couple classrooms. And in one of those classrooms, I asked the kids how many books they would challenge me to read this month. And the challenge was 10. So I'm currently on my 12th book. So if you're watching, I did actually issue the challenge. I'll send you the list of the books that I read if you want. But great job to all of our teachers for keeping reading alive in our community. And I love how excited our students are. In that same vein, you know, congratulations to BCSD Foundation. Their 5K at Bakersfield College was just wonderful, the Pajama 5K. Anyone who saw anything about it or went, I'm so excited for next year. I think now that people know about it, like it's just gonna be a huge thing because it was so much fun. So kudos to all of you. And I like cracks me up because I brought my nieces and they keep referring to my fellow trustee, Ms. Guerrero Salgado, as the book lady because she was giving books to people. And they're like, do you know the book lady? Can we still get books from her? And I just love that so much.
There's so many.
It was awesome. I also wanted to congratulate Compton. It's always really exciting to go to these ceremonies where schools, and we went to schools to watch in Monterey as a board, and people will say, oh, you know, who are you here with? And we'll say BCSD, and people get excited and want to ask us about our district. And I don't know, traveling with the principal of Compton was like being with a rock star for the day. So that was a really, really special thing to be a part of. The last thing, I mean, I guess there's two more things I want to talk about that are more somber. The first one is, you know, our federal budget is currently being reviewed, and right now it looks like Medicaid is going to be cut. And Medicaid pays for 50% of Medi-Cal. And Medi-Cal pays for a lot of the services that help our most dire students in this community. And not just that, I mean, obviously it also helps people who are disabled and veterans and elderly and unhoused people. But what keeps me up at night is some of the programs for our most vulnerable students come from that money. And right now we are in a crisis. And you know, something that Mr. Comstock said just a minute ago is that we can't be reactive. By the time people realize everything we need is gone, it will be too late. And so I really hope that you all will call Congressman Valadeo, that you will, reach out to others and let them know what is at risk, because the second thing I want to talk about that's somber is Kern, but as we talk about giving the teachers more tools and more services and more programs and more interventions, that money has to come from somewhere, and right now we see the money disappearing quickly, and we're in a really difficult situation as a board and as a community, because this isn't like a peer problem. This is going to affect every parent. This is going to affect every person who lives in, Congressional District 22. This is so terrifying, and people are not making the connection that they are literally voting on the well-being of our kids right now. And whether, people who are ill get to stay alive or not. That is what is happening in our democracy in this very moment, and I can't sleep at night because I'm so distressed about it. It was so wonderful to hear from the current teachers, and I know you have long days and stressful lives, so the fact that you took time out of that and came and stood here together does mean so much to us. And we don't know what we don't know. I didn't know that you had that many meetings and asked for things that many times. I knew there had been incidents at the schools, but I didn't realize there had been requests. And so, as a board, we don't know. And I have heard from many of you this last week and a half, and I was really honest in saying, your problems are unique challenges. They're not the same challenges we're facing at all 44 schools. So I don't know the solution. I'm horrified, but I don't have the answer. So it helps us, it empowers us as a board to hear your suggestions, to hear your voices, to hear your hope. Because, Mr. Comstock was right. You were not here speaking negatively or pejoratively about our children, which I appreciate so much. You came here with hope and said, we just need a little bit of support to get better, and that's a great starting point for us as a board. So thank you for your voices. Thank you for your tireless commitment to our children, and everyone please call your congressman and fight like hell so we don't take anything else away from those kids.
Thank you very much. Next up is Brooke Meliel.
I'm going to go ahead and continue on the somber note. As we look ahead to the budget for the year after next, I want to be transparent about the approach I plan to take as a board member. Given the possibility of decreased funding from the federal government, in the years ahead, I believe it's important that we begin to make fiscally responsible decisions now, rather than waiting until cuts are unavoidable. To that end, I will be prioritizing core operations, especially the retention of our staff that works directly with students above all else. This means I may be voting against proposals for supplemental programs, unnecessary updates, new electronics, and other extras that are not mission critical in the near future. While these programs may be valuable in better financial times, my current focus is on sustainability and stability. I look forward to our April study session where we will look further at the budget as a board and look at the big picture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Up next, Mike Eggert.
Thank you. Good evening, all. I just want to kind of talk a little bit about the last board meeting where the parents, I heard from many parents for the next couple of weeks after the last time's meeting, and I appreciate the kind words that the parents came and spoke at the last meeting. If we could just have more parents with more situations other than autistic that are as active in our schools as we do parents with children with special needs, because that gives us information, gives us understanding of what is happening in our schools. And I know it was a long meeting, and I appreciate every person that came up and spoke. I appreciate the family again today that spoke. And parents with children that have special needs, are very involved and very vocal and very active. And that's very important. As I said, I speak from a grandparent of a child with autism, and I actually sat on my first IEP last week because I wanted an understanding of what an IEP was and how it worked and how they worked with my grandson. And I was very impressed by the professionalism, how well it was prepared, how they presented each person. And I appreciate both the general ed teacher and the special ed teacher how it made me feel good, because it gave me the understanding of why this is important and why I see these parents so vocal in their children's education. We just need to advocate that we need every parent be vocal in their child's education and be involved, at their school site, and be aware so they know what's going on in their school and take the time, other than just dropping their child off. I know a lot of parents have a lot of things going on. I respect that. But we really need to also keep in mind the education of our children is very important also. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Moving on to our last board member comment of the night, Laura Guerrero Salgado.
Good evening, everyone. Well, first of all, I want to start off by apologizing to Washington, Longfellow, and Noble for not being able to do the classroom visits to the high-functioning autism classrooms. I had an emergency with my son. We winded up in the ER, so I wanted to say that those visits will be rescheduled, and I will be visiting soon. You're not forgotten. On another note, there's a lot of construction, a lot of, it's parking lots, drop-off, pickup at school sites have been chaotic. There's a lot of improvement coming around Stern. There's concerns with that as well. Traffic is slowing down. It's taking a little bit longer to get through the parking drop-off area. So for those parents that are out there, please be mindful. And those people heading out to work, don't go around the cars that are even double park, even though they've been told not to double park, because these kids are coming out from all doors. Also at some school sites, the yellow is for loading and unloading. And we need to be mindful of the parents that are using the drop-off. If you don't feel comfortable or you're not trusting our staff that they're gonna make sure your child gets all the way into the gate, just park and let everybody else that's trusting the system be able to drop off their child. Because whether it's taking an extra 15 seconds and you're 10 cars down the line and you gotta be at work, we gotta be considerate and mindful of those parents that are using the drop-off. Please don't park there. On another note, Parent University this Saturday was the last session. Graduation is next month. The speaker, Dr. Cristales, it seems like every time he's been to our Parent University, parents, especially our dads, make a really good connection with him. They're able to speak with him. And those parents, since the first session, have become more involved. So thanks to him, thanks to those dads that are still even attending they're attending Loving Solutions. Like, these are dads that were not doing it before, but it was the message that he sent out that said, dads, you're important. That dad, father, uncle figure, grandpa figure is well needed. And that, it all goes back to behavior, right? My kids, I'm the grabadora, just repeating myself. And when I'm ready to call it, it's like, call mom. They call my mom. And kids know whose button they can push, right? So maybe this is the opportunity to invite the adults in the home of these children that they actually respect. It's difficult, but I think through our FACE department, something can happen. I think surveys, what is going on with these kids? I'm not no expert, but sometimes they're doing it for attention, and social media does not help. Schools to watch. Congratulations, Compton. I have a bucket list. And one of the things on my bucket list was to eventually meet Erin Grewell. And while we were out there, Miss Malley and I were walking, and I looked over and she was at a table. Well, the two ladies were at a table. And I looked again, and it was her smile. And I said, that's her. So I walked over and I said, I know you. Like, you're what we need. Like, what you have done, like, you understand, because for those of you that don't know, Freedom Riders, it's a movie a must watch. I know us as educators, as teachers, counselors, you can only do so much, but maybe recommend the movie and they'll grasp something from it. We had a good conversation there with her, and actually, I was thinking of passing on her information. It doesn't hurt to try, right? Only these kids know their everyday battles at home, and they're bringing it with them. They don't know how to leave it outside. So I think we need to be a little bit more comprehensive on their behavior is not acceptable by all means, but we got to get down to the bottom of it. And just sitting here listening to your concerns, that's very important. And I think brainstorming, because it's so easy for the district to have rules and state laws and all this stuff, but unless you're seeing it firsthand, it's different. And safety is always one of my things. Mr. Luque hears it all the time, safety and professionalism. And it's not just safety with our students, it's safety with our staff, it's safety with our parents. We got to do what we have to do to protect all of this, all the way around. Also, Living Solutions. I have tons of questions on a lot of the stuff the district is doing. I did pass those on to Mr. Luque. I'm sorry, I'm being very careful about how I say things, because I will be the one that sits up here and says, we attack problems, not people. But if you ever, as a student, as a parent, as a staff of this district, ever feel like you're not being heard because the top is the principal and the principal's not listening, go outside. If you hear something, say something. And there should not be any repercussions. None. For people voicing their concern, whether it's a parent or a staff member. No staff member should feel like they can't say something that they're seeing because they're going to get from your principal or someone else or your immediate supervisor. We're all ears. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura. Number 2 on item E is our superintendent's report. Mark Lukey.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much. I'm going to keep it short because we have a lot on the agenda. Just want to say thank you to the current team for being here tonight. Obviously, we need to dig deeper into problems and solutions. And so I'll be spending the next few weeks, myself and staff, with you to really dig deeper into the dilemma, the challenges, and solutions. Going back to last year, pushing in additional CPAL staff, additional campus supervisors, something's still amiss. So let's work together to identify what needs to be done so we can find real solutions to move us forward. Thank you, Ms. Barker, for your email and communication. Can't promise everything, but let's find some solutions to work through this challenge together. And again, I appreciate you being here tonight and sticking with us. 7 o'clock, and you'll have long days tomorrow, so appreciate you for that as we're preparing conference week. Real quick, just as an add-on to that, it's a very busy time of the year with a ton of student events, from robotics that just concluded with the state tournament in Bakersfield at Cal State University Bakersfield, to our Standards Festival for band, orchestra, choir, to Math Bowl, to the track meet Saturday, and I hear the concerns there. Just want to give kudos to all of the teachers and staff who are working with our kids to make these events possible. It's beautiful to see our kids compete locally within our district, but more kind of broadly against county and state kids. And I left off the science fair, and we had a tremendous number of kids who placed at the Kern County Science Fair. And the show doesn't stop now. We have another several months of busy work, and Mr. Stone's back there nodding his head yes, because a lot of the events coming up are his events. So just again, the greatness of our district is our kids, but our kids are great because of our staff who are investing so much time to build those skill sets up so kids can compete and do wonderful things. So thanks to everybody. I'm going to pause here and just segue this. Very important conversation tonight from the board to start to kind of get thoughts, specifically the overarching conversation around technology use that the board's going to offer some thoughts on the horizon. Cell phone law that's going into effect July 1 of 26. We have a year to develop a plan, communicate a plan, implement a plan, and Dr. Fullenwater is going to share kind of our initial thoughts on that. So excited to hear the board's feedback on that as well. And again, as it's been shared, my office is always accessible and available to any parent, community concern. Reach out, and let's work together to solve problems. Appreciate you all. Thank you so much.
All righty, moving on to item number 3, the Cultural Heritage Recognition for April, Arab Heritage Month.
Yes, thank you very much, President Fuentes. April is Arab Heritage Month, and Bakersfield City School District is observing Arab Heritage Month from April 1 to April 30th. The Arab America Foundation formally recognizes the achievements of Arab Americans through the celebration of National Arab American Heritage Month during the month of April each year. According to America by the Numbers, immigrants of Middle Eastern and Arab heritage began migrating to the United States in the 1880s, and it's estimated that California is home to over 324,000 Arab Americans and 720,000 people of Middle Eastern and Northern African ancestry. For over a century, Americans of Middle Eastern and Arab heritage have enriched U.S. culture through valuable contributions to virtually every aspect of American society in medicine, law, business, technology, government, and culture. And now more than ever, leaving politics aside, understanding the tenor of our community and society, we need to embrace all of our fellow citizens. So the Board of Trustees encourages all staff and families to visit our BCSD Cultural Heritage Guide located on our district webpage for activities and resources to honor, recognize, and celebrate Middle Eastern and Arab Heritage Month. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 4, Administrative Hearing Panel Action. It is recommended that the Administrative Hearing Panel's recommendations be approved. Have a motion on that?
This is Laura. I move that we approve.
This is Chris. I second.
Great. All of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Moving on to item number 5, Student Technology Use. This will be an item that we will be having a discussion on.
So this is an issue that I asked to be brought up. I did have another parent at the school that my son attends bring this up to me, and I'd been thinking about it a lot, and I feel like when we share things, it's hard to take notes at the same time, so I brought some notes for some other board members. And again, this is just an opening of a conversation, not necessarily any solid ideas, but something that is worth taking a look at. I do have another one, yeah.
You want to pass that down?
Sure. Yeah, I got one. as we're looking at budget cuts and what we're going to spend money on, at the same time, I've been thinking about the use of Chromebooks with students K through 3. So I personally do not want to micromanage teachers, but in any capacity. But I also think we need to take a look at the science and what is good for the students in the classroom. I personally am of the belief that if a child is going to be on a computer, it's going to be me, the parent, giving the kid the computer. But I don't believe that students should be on Google Classroom. I don't think that the computer should be the automatic reward for any time a student is done with all of their work. If you go into dual immersion classrooms, I feel like you see the one-on-one learning and you don't see students glued to a Chromebook for the entire day. So I know this doesn't happen on all campuses, it doesn't happen in a lot of classrooms, but I do think as a district we should start to take a look at what the science says behind it. So I went ahead and printed out some guidelines. So it says for kindergarten, avoid laptops for regular instruction. Use screens occasionally for group songs or stories, max 10 to 15 minutes. Focus on hands-on play, storytelling, and art. Reward ideas, movement breaks, stickers, jobs, but not computer time. First grade, limit screen use to 10 to 15 minutes per day. No Google Classroom, use paper-based tasks. Prioritize phonics, handwriting, and read-alouds, and use text sparingly for enrichment. Second grade, do not rely on Google Classroom for daily work. Emphasize handwritten work, group discussion, and reading. Introduce tech as a support tool, not a core platform. Reward ideas, extra art, and group games. Third grade, begin gradual typing practice, 15 to 20 minutes. Use tech for occasional research or multimedia, and focus on non-digital organization and communication skills. I do think that students this age are already very tech savvy, but I also feel like we're fueling some of the addiction that's going to be increased later. And again, my intention is not at all to create like a limit on teachers and what is allowed in classrooms, but I think it would be good to look at maybe seeing if there's a school maybe interested in trying to reduce their technology use. I think as we continue to look at the budget, maybe we don't need one-to-one or as many Chromebooks for all the students when it comes to K through 3. At the same time, I do want to recognize the importance of AI and what we need to be doing with AI when it comes to the upper grade levels. But this is just something that's been on my mind lately, and I wanted to see what everyone else thought.
So have you witnessed like a teacher just putting students behind a laptop? Is that why you were wanting to have this discussion? Because I've been to several classrooms and I've visited several schools, and I would say 97% of the classrooms that I've been into, the kids always have a pencil in their hand. They're not behind a laptop. So maybe if it's a classroom or a specific school site that's having kids continuously behind a laptop, maybe that's something that needs to be addressed. But to try and, me personally, to try and change or dictate how a teacher is gonna teach or limit Google Class, a lot of the stuff is on Google Classroom.
So it is happening on some campuses, and I don't want to call any one particular school out or any one classroom.
Right, but that's something you could do behind or reach out to him directly. I'm just.
Mr. Lukey thought we should discuss it in public.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's good to discuss it in public, and I think, especially with a new law that passed in the state for restricting cell phone use, I think it's a very similar conversation. I think kids are addicted to technology. I think kids are addicted to their phones. I think Brooke is making some really valid arguments. It is very hard for us on the dais to legislate specifically what professionally trained experts, content experts do in their classrooms, but it doesn't mean that we shouldn't have a public conversation about kids' addiction to technology. Like, I think, and how do we as
I
a
was
district bring
referring
that
to
forward?
the classroom or the school site that she saw in specific.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that we should pejoratively target any of our specific schools or teachers, just so that we can have a conversation about whether technology is addicting and maybe we're leaning into it too much because we had to. I mean, it's a really complicated issue, right? Because I love that our teachers use Google Classroom, because if my kid misses a week of school, all their stuff is on Google Classroom, and they don't have to create a packet. They just say, go to Google Classroom, make sure your kid does that stuff.
Right.
So there are some ways that it is best practice in the classroom. But then there are other instances where when we have differential learning, which means we have kids who read at a 11th grade level in a 6th grade class with kids who are reading at a 1st grade level, sometimes we're spending so much time on that kid who's at a 1st grade reading level in 6th grade. We tell the kid who's brilliant and already reading almost at college level, hey, here's a computer, you know, just be quiet and don't interrupt me while I'm helping this kid who's at the 1st grade reading level. So those are really nuanced, complicated issues, but Brooke is right. The overarching issue is, how do we as a district take some responsibility for the fact that we had no other choice during COVID but to go all in and all technology and all screens all the time. And we've never paused at any moment to say like, well, shit, maybe that wasn't great. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to swear. But I mean, like for me, like my kids, like as a college teacher, like I'm so used to everything I did during COVID. Sometimes I forget to go back and like do physical things in my regular classroom because I've gotten so used to, oh, I threw that up on we use Canvas, which is not a learning management system. But so, I mean, I applaud you for bringing it up because I know my son got a D in one of his classes. Sorry, baby. But I had pinned his report card to the doorway entering our house, the garage door, and said, all of your screen time has been paused. And he was so big mad. Not about the D, but about like, how could you possibly pause my screen time? Like this, like I have rights, I'm an American, and I was like, not in my house. So, I mean, but it's, I think that every parent is struggling with that. I think every teacher is struggling with that. And I think as a board, it's important that we talk about what is our role, if any, in figuring that out.
I really appreciate the way you frame that because I think, and this is something Brooke already mentioned, like I don't think this is intended to tell teachers what to do. But I think what we ought to be doing is looking at what we do, right? It's figuring out what has changed since COVID and what needs to change still. So talking with our teachers is going to be really, really super important moving forward to how we approach this issue. And I will say I'm going to use some of these in my classroom.
I would like to read a couple other things too. So some ideas on why to limit screen time. So number one, brain development and overexposure. Young children learn best from real-world experiences and human interactions. According to the American Academy of Pediatrics, excessive screen time can interfere with attention, language development, and self-regulation. Literacy and motor skills. Studies show handwriting supports brain development in ways typing does not. Early screen use may delay handwriting, reading fluency, and memory retention. Social emotional impacts. Overuse of screens can reduce peer interaction and imaginative play. Making computer time a primary classroom reward risks creating unhealthy dopamine reward cycles. Physical and health effects. Too much screen time is linked to sleep disruption, eye strain, and reduced physical activity. The AAP recommends no more than 1 hour a day for young children. So again, I just want to emphasize, the last thing I ever want to do as a board member is tell teachers what to do as an educator myself. That is absolutely not my intention in this. I just think that since the pandemic, we haven't pulled back and we need to take a look at what we're doing and why are we maybe seeing lower scores than we're hoping for when we know we're putting so much effort into it. What has changed over the years? And we have changed as a society greatly since COVID and having everything on the computer. And as somebody who's used the computer a lot in the classroom too, it is easier to use. A lot of times it is easy to say, when you're finished, go ahead and go on this website. So for me, I would just like to hear from teachers. If anyone wants to email me, if anyone has any ideas on it. Again, I just wanted to start the conversation, and I by no means am the expert in what to do in the K through 3 level. My experience is mostly working with junior high and high schoolers. But I do think it's worth the conversation to see how much time is being used in the classrooms.
Mike?
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And, you know, I think it takes all the stakeholders to all discuss it together because the brainstorming that take place because our society has so accepting of that. There's no other way. This is the way it's taught. So we have to be accepting of having the alternative. Even our testing that's taking place is all on computer now. You know, so I mean, nothing is handwritten. And I really think it just needs a lot of discussion, a lot of the stakeholders together to have open discussion, open dialogue, to get feedback, because I think that all we're seeing is the training that we're seeing to our educators, to our teachers, is the computer. So if we're expecting them to take an alternative route, then this is where we have to take it to the level 2 and their training and their professional development.
And there is a district locally that's one step ahead of us on this, so maybe our next step is to watch and see what happens with their test scores. If we don't want to do anything, maybe we follow their program as they go along. But I do know of a school within the area that is looking at the entire school cutting back on computer use.
Interesting.
Any other discussion on that item? Okay, seeing none, moving on to item number 6, attorney firms.
Is there any next steps or anything?
Oh, yeah, should.
So I just want to make sure that in terms of next steps, and share a thought with the board, because this is just discussion item. I think this is a perfect opportunity to pull together a teacher task force committee on this topic across grade levels, get their input, their thoughts on leveraging technology. I think we have to really embrace the reality that yes, technology is part of it's our life. Our kids who are in school now, in kindergarten, were born with technology. It's accessible. You go to any restaurant for dinner, and a kid is being a little loud. What do the parents do? Hand them the phone. Saying that, recognizing that the board is going to discuss in a little bit here, receive a presentation on the smartphone law. I think we need to be very intentional with our messaging, because we're going to tell parents, no more cell phone, but your kid comes to school and they're going to be on a computer all day.
Yep.
What's the difference? Why can't my kid have the phone then? So what I would like to do, and I think it's appropriate to do, is to form a committee, give us some time. It is the spring, things are happening, it's busy. Give us some time into the fall perhaps, where we can get some feedback by grade span and bring some thoughts back to the board. Because ultimately, does this become a policy, if at all? Maybe, maybe not, but I think getting feedback from our teachers who are in the trenches doing this work every day across every layer of work, from gen ed to sped to gifted and talented to dual immersion, to understand kind of how each group embraces technology, and then school to school, because it's unique school to school. Let us bring that back to the board, and the board can determine where to go from there.
It does definitely need to be a school decision and not a top-down school decision, so something that the school is agreeing upon and they want to do and they want to try.
Yeah, I will say this, right? So, and we're approaching the conversations with staff too on even our assessment calendar for next year in the coming weeks and months. But there is a realization that come spring, kids are going to test on the computer, and there is some typing readiness for that, but ultimately, I've been in the classroom a long time, so I'm going to trust our teachers to help guide me and inform me as to what makes best sense. And so let's go forward with that, and we'll come back with some recommendations, feedback to the board.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 6, attorney firms. This is also a discussion item for the board.
I'm gonna say I'm gonna say some stuff. I'm sorry, I'm gonna say some stuff. So I was board president when we fired DWK as a board. And the district has still worked with that attorney firm, and for all intents and purposes, in my understanding, that's been a very productive relationship. We have a process. I am not part of that process for deciding who the new attorneys will be for the board. I am dismayed that really the only clear choice that came out of that process is DWK. Not because, well, no. I mean, when I had to work with them as board president, I felt as though they did not work for the board and they did not work for the people. They worked for the district. And when those two things were at odds, they always stood the line on the side of the district. And that's very complicated to feel like you can't be empowered by your own attorney. So I don't know, I feel like this process has not empowered the board in any way. And this is very complicated because the issues where this all went down were with a different board. And this is complicated because the issues this occurred with are very delicate, closed session matters that cannot be discussed in an open forum. But I will say that I don't think that the the process of deciding how to move forward has addressed any of the trust issues that first instigated this issue in the first place. So I'm glad that people still feel good. I don't at any point question DWK's commitment to the district, protecting our liability and helping our administrators understand what is allowable under the law. I still have incredible reservations about DWK's ability to separate that from being a company that interfaces directly with the board so the board can understand the laws, our rights, and our place when the board and the district are in conflict. So why would we stay with the same people if I have zero evidence that that has taken place?
I was shocked that they were even on the list to be reconsidered. So when it came up that they were number one again, I was like, why did we even ask them to join in? Because the board, I thought, had directed to get new law firms.
So let me back up and just say first, the board never took action to fire DWK. It was never agendized, never taken action on. Second, the attorney request for proposal was submitted to the public. Any firm could have responded. Third, in order to conduct the scoring, it had to be 2 board members, president, president pro tem, because in board policy, it's the board president who works directly with the attorneys. And in order to make it a full board, it would have had to be agendized as an open session meeting to get all 5 board members scored. Third, the same process we used since the last time the board, many, many years ago, 2012-ish, did the same process. So just following through with that. The assistant soups and 2 board members, as I said, scored the RFPs. 5 firms responded to the RFPs. They scored individually, as is the common practice. The board members scored together to have those conversations, and the purchasing director, who handles all the RFPs, was made available should the board have any questions. And so now before you, you have the rankings for all 5. Nothing says that the board has to go with 1, they can go with 2, they can go with 3, they can go with 4, they can go with all 5, because every firm has their expertise. And then districts only bill for utilizing those services should it be utilized.
I was under the impression that we could not vote to get rid of them because we're in the process of carrying out work that we'd already hired them for.
No, I highly recommend not discontinuing the DWK contract because of that very reason. They have a long-standing history with the district. They know all the facts. Transitioning to a new attorney form would be very complicated, especially for a district our size. We are the largest elementary district in the state of California, and therefore you want competent attorneys. One of the agencies that submitted a response, the district contracted with back around 2013 or 14, and it only took 1 year to recognize that the service was not up to expectation, and the district reverted back to DWK.
I guess my question is, can the district and the board have different lawyers?
First of all, these attorneys are your attorneys. They represent the board. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. They are the board's attorney.
If they can only talk to Anthony, they don't represent us.
That's board policy. Everything within the board policy runs through the board president.
I was under the impression it was just the 2 that were going to choose the lawyer, but then it sounded like it was primarily the district that was also involved in the committee, so I was not aware of that.
So again, previous board updates, and I can pull those for the board. I walked out, I outlined all of this.
Yep.
Because your assistant soups work directly with these attorneys, facilities, personnel, special education. I would think the board would want their expertise to inform the qualifications and quality of our attorney services. These are high leverage cases that could result in outcomes in the millions of dollars that we are defending the district against. So I would think you would want the assistant soup's voice in those scoring sheets. And again, however they scored, the board has the right to do whatever you want to do with it. But together, collectively, DWK is number 1, and 2 board members were part of the scoring sheet.
Can I add something real quick?
Yes.
During the scoring, true or not, Mr. Fuentes, we had it all laid out on the table. I browsed through everything real quick. I said, some of those didn't even work with special ed. And to me, it's an automatic no. If you don't have the expertise with special ed, because we serve all students, then it's a no.
So can the board have a different lawyer than the district?
Yes.
How do we initiate that process?
So the next steps, you can do one of two things. You can do one of many things. Request that firms come back for interviews for the board, and that would be an entirely board discussion, open session at April's board meeting. Or you can direct me to start discussions with whichever firms you see on the list. But according to the scoring sheet, if you want, let's say you want number 5. We're required to go through 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the thing is, at no point have I ever questioned DWK's ability to serve a district of our size well. That has never been something that I've called into question. What the entire reason we're going through this process is I have asked time and again, I have called into question their ability to do that work and simultaneously work for the board. Because sometimes those things are at odds. And I still think they are incredibly competent in the work that they do for the district, but I do not trust them at all to protect the interest of the 5 people on the board who might have questions that sometimes are not always going to be the same way that the experts from the district might approach. I don't want to count what you said. I think you're right. Absolutely, the district needs someone who can do special ed, who can do liability, who can do 100%. But at the same token, why wouldn't we want to have an attorney that is used to interfacing specifically with the board? Was that on the rubric?
No, because in general, the number 1 function of the attorney working with the board is for the superintendent's contract. Beyond that, superintendent is the chief executive officer for the district, runs day to day, makes those decisions. That's in your board policy. So that would be the single function of the attorney's role in working with the board.
Yeah, and I understand. I mean, one of the things is we are a newer board, and even when I joined the board, we inherited those policies. And there have been conflicts that have made me think perhaps we need to reconsider in that one piece. I don't think that the board is going to use a lawyer every month. They might use a lawyer once every 5 years, but I think they should have someone that they can uniquely talk to that is not working day to day every single day with the superintendent. Because if our core issue is with our one employee and you work very closely with those lawyers, that's a conflict that is always going to err on the side of the superintendent, whether that's you or someone else in the future. This is not you. This is, for me, a structural issue that became aware through the conflicts that we faced.
So when you mentioned those interviews, let's say we want to really vet this process and maybe we don't trust that this is, that the scoring was accurate or whatever. We have the opportunity to interview those 5 lawyers. What does that look like, Ms. Uki?
They would come in next month as part of the April agenda, and the board would allocate.
Or closed?
No, it's open session.
Okay. So we
It's
would
an
get
open
those
session.
interviews here?
Yeah, it's just here, and you would call them up one at a time to interview them, ask them your question, deliberate, and move forward with that.
I also have a question I feel like this was an issue starting when I joined the board, which was a while ago. It just felt like the process was really drawn out. It kind of felt like maybe it was intentionally drawn out, so that we would just continue to use the same law firm.
We have a contract with DWK that runs through June 30th of this year. So the timeline was developed to ensure that contracts are developed before June 30th for the June approval.
It seemed like there was a long period of time where there was no discussion on it.
Well, so we ran the RFP in November. It takes time to submit, release, and receive, and score, and all of that. So I can go back through the timeline, but the process initiated, and again, going back to previous board updates, I provided the timeline several times of when we would run through this, because the holidays in the middle of it, they need time to respond, et cetera. But I can revisit that.
Yeah, I mean, and I did give you input, God bless you, on the RFP and the way I wanted it to factor in language to consider the board, like that. Like that was input that I gave, and it was in the RFP. But I don't think that that was just quite enough to address. Again, I think this is, all right, I'm gonna say this. In 10 years when you retire, if I was still on the board, I wouldn't wanna work with DWK to recruit our next superintendent. I would wanna work with someone from outside this agency so that we could have a fresh perspective. Like, even just to ask them questions about the process of recruiting and hiring and input. And so, I don't want to be like locked into that only like one process. And again, that's not to say that they undermine, I don't want to undermine the tremendous work that they do with the district already. But from my point of view as a seat on the board, that's just not, I haven't felt that that is their strength in my encounters with them.
DWK doesn't typically do superintendent searches. That would be a different agency that the board could investigate and select a firm if you chose to go to the county office. What's interesting, and just kind of taking a step back to this process, there are really 3 large California attorney firms that serve large districts, and this is public, you can research. Atkinson, Adelson, Loyal, Romo, Rudd. They didn't respond. They actually responded late. They missed the deadline because of the delivery driver got lost or something. Lozano Smith did not respond to the RFP and DWK. The additional, just information, the additional firms that responded all are relatively unknown in California or serve much smaller school districts.
So when we hired you, DWK made a presentation about like the average pay of comparable superintendents, of like what contracts should look like, and told us how we should be doing the process. And I asked them follow-up questions during that process, and they said, we don't have that information. And to me, that started my relationship with them on a very bad foot, because already they're pitching, this is how much you should pay this person, this is the way that you should be doing things. And when I asked follow-up questions, DWK said, we don't have any of that information. So again, like, that doesn't feel like they work for us. When they don't give information that we request, they give information that they think that we should know.
Well, I mean, it's my information, so I'll divulge my initial contract negotiation. This board, the board that was seated, offered me $212,000 as my initial contract amount, which was what Rob Arias made in 2012. Yeah. 10 years later, I thought, let's just factor in what our employees received annually in comparison to the salary increase, and it was $285,000, which is where Doc Irvin was when he left, give or take. And I negotiated with the board on that amount, and we landed somewhere in the middle of it. So I don't know what those is. I
don't have a problem with how much you're paid. That wasn't my point.
No, I know, but
my point was so DWK should not have been portraying that on your as an applicant. They shouldn't have been pitching that to us. Like that is where like I got off on the wrong foot with them already, that like they shouldn't be working for you as a potential employee. They should have been working for us as being contracted with the district. And it's murky, and they're very good at their job. But that murkiness is why I think there are some times where we might need someone independent. Because I'm not a crazy person for wanting my lawyer to answer my questions. That's like that wasn't a crazy thing. And it was never, those questions were never asked because I wanted to undermine how much you were being paid as a new, like, we wanted you. But we were negotiating with our lawyers for your salary, and that was problematic.
Yeah, in my reflection of it was more of negotiating with the board on salary. I never ever engaged with the attorneys on any of the conversations. So nonetheless, here we are, and it's really the pleasure of the board.
And I'm only one person. Y'all can outvote me. It's fine. I'm just telling you what I think.
It's just discussion and next steps.
Yeah,
so there's no.
Okay, and I'm going to share with everybody. There was a scoring sheet, scoring. One of the law firms, 57.35. Another one, 63.95. Another one, 55.65. another one 77.5. And DWK was 95.85. Because everything that I was looking for, the scope is just like so huge, and the availability of the attorneys. And when we were looking at the other ones, it's like, how do you even, like, it wasn't well presented either. Like, we had to search, whatever we were looking for, we had to search for it in the stuff they submitted. Was it organized? So if it's up to me, yes, I'm gonna point out everything. And just not seeing special ed on some of these, and, oh, there's a law firm up north that they'll come in, or no. You need consistency. You need people that are gonna be available. Those two were the highest ranking, and we didn't just sit there for 30 minutes and decide, okay, let's do it this way. We actually stayed a little bit more longer than what we were supposed to. But this was like really important.
I will confirm that the binders were terrible. like 5 of those. So what it sounds like I'm hearing is that for next steps, we may want to do interviews. And
interview the ones that don't even have it together.
I think top 2. I was one of the 5 people who scored, and those are averages that you're mentioning. So I'd be interested in at least interviewing top 2. And in terms of the board having 2 attorneys, so one attorney for the district and another attorney that consults with the board, it sounds to me like those next steps are going to be much more complicated, because it sounds like we need to adjust board policies. If the president is the only person who talks to the board, and that is a board policy that is in question, then that's a different discussion, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So.
Thank you.
And I will clarify that I am the president because we take turns after putting those. Any other ideas for next steps? We good? Cool. We're good? All right. We'll move on to the next item, which is a 5-minute recess.
Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you for sticking around.
So, looks like we're coming back here. Moving on to item G, Educational Services. Assistant Superintendent's Report. Ms. Laura Orozco.
Good evening, President Fuentes, Board of Trustees, and guests. So today I'm bringing to you the major themes and some additional feedback. So a lot of times there's a lot of information, so we synthesize in terms of what are the major themes that we'll be sharing with you tonight. So we have five groups. First, our parent university, then our parent committees, our professional associations and student councils, and of course our LCAP survey results. So from our parent university, we had about 181 participants, and so we invited everybody. It was open to the community. We advertised that I know some of our board members were present. So some of the major themes after we synthesized all the information was continuing the communication between schools and parents. A big thing that they do appreciate is Parent Square. They do feel that some of the things that came up was, or that was noted was that they want principals to continue to communicate. Some of our parents in one of the sessions wanted still paper copies of some of the notices to go home. So they wanted both the platform of Parent Square, but also paper copies. Parent involvement and engagement, just continuing to bring parents, especially those that are not involved. They mentioned that those that are not involved, how do we bring more of those new parents? Student safety and school environment, which this was a top priority. You'll see this one also across all areas. Academic support and tutoring, after school and enrichment programs. You will also see those two as we go through the different groups. So these are the major themes out of Parent University. Some additional feedback that I wanted to list was also the support of bilingual education, dual immersion, for example, continue with that, and support for our English learners to reclassify our students. Mental health and social emotional learning, student motivation and engagement. They were just excited that some of the schools do a lot with attendance incentives and academic readathons and the like. Staff training on, supposed to be on, sorry. I read this presentation I don't know how many times. Staff training on social emotional support, parent training in different content areas. So this is one thing that came up in different parent groups where they wanted more training on math and more for the parents to be able to teach their kids. And it wasn't so, when I asked, well, what are the grades? They wanted more that the 4th, 5th, and 6th grade. There was a mention of, I know that in 5th grade, one of the biggest struggles for our 5th graders is cubic volume. And so they were saying, how can we, is there something that we can do for the parents so they can then teach their students at home? For our district advisory committee, we had 23 participants. And so the major themes for our DAC, or District Advisory Committee, communication to reach all parents. You'll see this again in terms of communication. This committee also appreciated the Parent Square. More staff for academic intervention. We do have our intervention specialists, but they did say that if possible, can we provide more intervention specialists as well. More inclusion of special education students. Attendance incentives and building relationships. They made it a point to say that a lot of times kids, when they build relationships, and they didn't necessarily say just with teachers, but with custodians, with CPALs. One parent mentioned that her son, the best relationship is with the CPAL of one of the schools. So it doesn't matter in terms of the positions, but the relationships that our kids have with different adults. The next was just additional feedback, overlapping meeting schedules, and I talked about this last time. It was the PALs, the parents as leaders. There was a conflict between parent and leader as leaders meetings with the meetings that they had, but that's been fixed. For Nick, we're set for 25-26, and that conflict has been solved. Schools collaborating with each other, sharing best practices. Continuation of toolbox program. A lot of our parents really appreciate this, and this also you'll see it right now in the CAC committee, where Liz Taruno already went to do the training with them, and so that was a request when I went the first time, and so we made sure that we didn't wait till next year, but we scheduled it as soon as we could. A welcoming school environment and a lot of reading opportunities. One parent mentioned that at Chavez that there's a great book exchange. So that's an example that how can we motivate kids to read more and want to read more. For our Community Advisory Committee, which is our special education committee, and its community involvement as well. So part of it was communicating regarding after-school tutoring. So one of the things that they had mentioned was how can we ensure that some of our special education students can also have access to extended learning programs. Collaborating with other districts to share best practices, providing curriculum to parents with training and information. So one of the things that this committee asked is, can we provide parents with a little bit of training on the curriculum that their students are using or the teachers are using with their kids at the school site? So that's something that we can definitely do. More inclusive opportunities for special education students, and this is across whether it's PE, whether it's assembly, whether it's in reading and math, really looking at IEPs and being more inclusive with our special education students. Recording and posting face meetings for parents who cannot attend. So this was something that they asked, is there a way that we can record meetings and post them? Some additional feedback from this committee was bringing in social emotional learning experts. So we did do that already. That was Liz Toruno that was present to be able to do that. And of course, we want to continue that as well. Improving our staff training. So they did mention, can we bring in more training for our principals, our vice principals, even the district staff and teachers in terms of inclusion models. And we are in the process of doing that in June. Adjusting family night schedules, providing more opportunities for special education parent university sessions. So they wanted sessions just for special education parents. So that's something we're going to be working on with the SPED department. Enhancing communication between schools and parents as leaders programs. That was the same issue that came up in the other one. So we fixed it already. It was the same, the way it was conflicting meeting times. So our district English Learner Advisory Committee. So our major themes was parent sessions on math and other classroom concepts. They really want to know what is it that their students are learning by grade level, and we're in the process of working on that, especially for next year, and being able to give them sets of, every student has a set of standards that they have to learn at each grade level. So we have to get better at that and be able to provide our parents with that. Providing more financial literacy classes for students, providing parents voice opportunities at schools, expanding parent university sessions on social emotional learning, providing sessions on bilingual education. This is something we can bring to them as well, is how can we go into providing more support in terms of bilingual education or dual immersion. So additional feedback that they mentioned was also adding more history and science books to school libraries, providing parents with weekly lecture topics. And this is similar to the special ed committee. They want to know, for example, if their students are learning about marine biology in 3rd grade, can they know ahead of time, as the teachers are going to teach or the schools are focusing on a certain area or certain content, can they know ahead of time so they can be prepared to help their kids at home? Holding more informational sessions at schools, offering more parent sessions on social emotional learning, and increasing access to grade level expectation information for parents. And this is what I said earlier, they really want to know what is it each of their child, what is it that each child is learning in each grade level that they're in, which we can do. We have that, we have the ability to do that. So for our District African American Parent Advisory Council, we have, for major themes, was to extend tutoring hours and implement more tutors. We did have this in the fall with our teachers. We are going to have it again in the fall in 2025. Providing hands-on workshops for parents, math, same thing for math. Our parents want to learn more of how to actually do math so they can help their kiddos at home. Sharing quarterly academic standards with parents, providing testing support for students before exams, and what they said with this one was that is there certain things that they can do at home, for example, the test-taking strategies, that can we provide those and send them home before kids begin testing so they kind of can help their students with those test-taking strategies. Adding testing information to the calendars in terms of on the website, for parents to know when exactly are each of their schools testing. But we can definitely make sure that our principals are sending out this information of when testing is occurring at each of their schools. So additional feedback, providing grade level material in advance, and this came up a lot with our parents. They just want to know what's coming up so they can be prepared for their kids. Improving school supervision, enhancing playground and recess areas with more yard items. They wanted more structured play. So if there is, for example, one staff member is doing like hula hoops, another staff member is doing jump rope, and how is it structured so kids have more things to do during recess time. Reviewing the parents as leaders, program structure, they do think we need to review that. What is the structure? One of the parents had mentioned that there is the I guess, guidelines to be a PAL. Can we review them? And does it still make sense to those guidelines? So that's something we're going to look at. And expanding FACE support for schools. Our professional associations, our major themes were increase after school and lunch clubs with district funding, provide more shade in playground areas, improve campus safety measures and violence prevention, enhance professional development opportunities with differentiation. So with that being said, is maybe one group of teachers want to know more about social emotional versus a new teacher that maybe it's their introduction to it. So how do we separate and we differentiate for different teachers, different groups, different professional development? Reintroduce water bottles or water fountains for students. So this we addressed. There was a school that I was told that something about the fountains weren't on, but we literally the next day that was solved. So that's been solved already. Additional feedback was using late starts more effectively with our staff. Consistency in administering the English language proficiency assessment for California, the LPAC. Improve academic conferences, giving schools more flexibility, professional development during duty time, and parent-career communication. So there was two different groups in the professional association. One group liked they think it's a great way to be able to communicate, but another person said that maybe we overuse it, so making sure that we balance how much we use our parent square. So there was one that said it's great, one that said to limit it to how much we use parent square. So our student councils, it was learn to become a better listener. So the kids were saying that one of the things they want to learn to do is how can they learn to be better listeners when somebody is talking, and more at the student level, sometimes they say like people will say things and they don't like it and they get angry, and what are strategies they can use to be better listeners? Opportunities to practice public speaking. This comes up every year because they say there's more opportunities for them to public speak, and how can they have more opportunities to public speak? More collaborative group work in class. They do like working in groups, although there was a couple kids that said they didn't. Learn ways to overcome challenges, to be resilient learners. That was a big one too, is that sometimes even if they fail, what are strategies they can learn to continue to move forward? And being open to different viewpoints. One of the things that they were mentioning was making sure that they respect different ways of thought and how to be able to negotiate their thoughts and say, well, yeah, I agree with you, but this is what I'm thinking. So words to that effect is what a student had mentioned. For additional feedback is learn to be more communicative and interact with new people. Some of the kids were saying that sometimes they get really shy and they don't know how to start a conversation or get new friends. Learn to use calm voices during conflict. This was the one that they were talking about, that sometimes if they get angry, what are better ways to communicate versus to get angry and raise their voices. They want to learn how to overcome challenges to reach success, use strategies to work through obstacles, work together to get the answer. For our LCAP community engagement survey, so we had about 498 participants. So our major themes for our survey is to improve school safety, improving student academic achievement, improving language proficiency for English learners, supporting social emotional needs of students, enhance family and school communication. So So these 5 are very similar to the same ones that our parent groups also said. So that's when I meant you're gonna see it again because it was kind of the recurring themes in all of our groups. So additional feedback from the survey is ensuring meetings are more welcoming and encourage open discussion. So parents do want to be able to say their opinion, be able to participate more, providing better support for GATE students and expanding access to the GATE program. So by this, we have a lot of times kids that are GATE kids, and how do we ensure that we're providing support for them? Because they also need to be pushed and challenged as they're in our classrooms. Improving daily attendance through better communication and incentives, increasing in-person tutoring options. As much as I know we've had, for example, online tutoring, they do love and appreciate when our teachers are the ones tutoring our students. And then better inclusion of special education students in different activities and in their classrooms. So this was, and so that after this, then we go back and we match this to the actual LCAP actions, and then that's when I'll bring it back to you and say, okay, based on this feedback matches the actions. We have about 50, we have three goals, district goals, and we have about 57 actions, and so we then have to match it, and then I'll bring it back to you and say, okay, this feedback matches certain actions, and I'll bring it back to you and present it back to you again.
Was there anything unexpected or new that you heard?
You know, I found it interesting with the students that they wanted to learn how to be more, no matter, like, if you go back to them, to what they were saying, they want is to learn how to communicate, whether they're upset or even when they want something and they say they don't know how, or even one of the little girls, she said, I'm really shy and sometimes I'm sitting with friends, and she said, like today, I want to talk to people, but I don't know how. And I thought it's interesting because, you know, junior high kids are a little bit more shy, quiet, they're a little bit quieter. And so I think it's something that we need to really think about is how do we help our kids be more communicative. So that was interesting that they said that piece with the kiddos.
On page 17, on the number 4, reviewing the parents as leaders, parent and academic liaison program structure. There's a lot of questions on that, just even on this last parent university. I think there's a lot of confusion on how much a parent can engage and help. Because there's been a couple field trips and their parents are being told, you need to go get a background check. And then you're having another parent, well, I went on a field trip and I didn't do a background check. So what is it? So there's a lot of miscommunication out there. And also the background check, somebody said it's $100. No, I paid $60. Oh, you have to go to the sheriff's department. And somebody else said KCSOS. And I'm just listening. I'm like, I'm going to stay out of this conversation. But there's so much confusion out there. And if we're going to talk about PALs, like what parents are allowed to go on field trips, you know, or is it going to be the same? And I'm going to quote this because this is how the parent said it. Quote, click, unquote, the click of the principal that only gets to go on these field trips. And they don't have background checks. So
we need to review that one.
Yes.
The guidelines, yes.
Yes, and also there's parents that go, of course, to their the elementary school, to the parent center, and then they go to the middle school, the feeder one, and all parent centers have norms, but are they being followed by these parents? You know, are the parents exercising? And of course, like I've said before, parents are the kid's first teacher, and I know a few years ago, when you signed up for a PAL, or if you were going to be a parent at one of the parent centers, there was a parent contract. It's somewhere there. You might remember it, Dr. Blumweider. It's a parent contract. And that is much easier. We put it in place again, maybe in the following school year. It gives the FACE liaison hey, I talked to you, hey, you did it again. And I think that's a lot of these behaviors that are happening with our adults. It's making the parent centers fall apart.
Okay.
And it's they and us. And before it used to be us, what are we gonna do? There's a lot of money that goes into our parent centers. I understand it's one of our goals, and it's a very important goal. But I think with the new school year coming up, I think we need to revisit that parent contract. Just like we have parents sign the parent handbook on our students' behavior, right? And I also think that there should be clarity on the participation of field trips. And if you have those parents that are fully dedicated to these school sites, like how can we help them continue participating? Because for many of the schools, it's the same parents that help at the school site that are more than willing to go on a field trip, even though that's not their student on that field trip, but they're willing to help the school.
Got it.
So how do we help them? You know, $60 for some of us, it might not be a lot of money, but for some of these parents, it is a lot of money. And I've said it before, a classroom, for some students, that's the only time where it's a cool spot during the hot days and their warm spot during the winter days. But what I've learned with parents, this is their escape. This is their safe spot too. So no parent should have to feel like they have to leave or they can't be there because they're not part of that one clique or them or us. It's a they, you know? We talk about equity, and the equity should be throughout the entire district.
Agreed.
Not just our students, but our parents and our families.
I agree.
And maybe work also with parent project. Those are expensive courses. Living solutions, material, all that is expensive, and we might want to look at how they're being scheduled and how they're being given, and maybe work with the neighboring elementary school that's within distance and use the bigger parent center. You know, those are just like things that I've been thinking the last week or so. I shared some stuff with Mr. Luque earlier, and I'm sure he's going to talk to the staff, but it's heartbreaking to see. I was at a school site today doing Loving Solutions because I usually do it at a different school site on Wednesday evenings, but I'm leaving for Cabe for tonight after our board meeting, and I decided to do this week's lessons at a different school site. And you can feel the tension and how the you, the us, the we, again, it goes back to the goal 3, LCAP. What are we gonna do to change this? I know next month it's already Parent University graduation, PAL celebration, committee celebrations. But it's never too early to start thinking about the following year.
Oh, absolutely.
How we can, hey, this is coming next year, so it's not a shocker to these parents.
This is a perfect time.
Do they have any like meeting norms that they remind everyone of for each?
They do, but when there was that contract, there was less issues because they knew that face had your signature on there. So there was more respect. And right now it's kind of like, well, I'm friends with the principal, or, oh, I'm friends with the whoever, or the VP. Nothing's gonna happen to me. I can say and do whatever I want.
So just bring back the structures and
Yes.
systems. Okay.
Yes, and
we can
be
definitely
firm.
work on that.
Be firm with the, okay, you did this, we're gonna talk about it.
Okay.
And sometimes it's good to have a discussion and revisit the norms to make sure everyone's buying into them. To have a discussion of what those mean rather than just reading them through.
Right. And some schools have it so that if you have a stroller, the stroller doesn't come into the parent center for safety reasons. you know, and sometimes you go to the parent center and you see it on their strollers outside and the mom is bringing the stroller in. Safety, we talk about safety, it was on here, number one. So that's something we need to be firm with.
Okay,
Norms,
I agree.
maybe uniform,
Maybe, or maybe
rules.
certain things that have to happen just for the
Yes.
sake of safety and
Right.
consistency and coherence across all the district and all the phase rooms, possibly?
yes.
Yeah.
I know that getting feedback from all these different groups is super important, but also a lot for you, so thank you for compiling it so well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the discussion on that would be good. We'll move on to item number 4, report on artificial intelligence. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I missed number 3. We're moving on to item number 3, smartphone law, BCSD cell phone policy presentation.
Wishful thinking, you just
Well,
tried to
later.
skip right past that. You're like, I don't wanna.
AI is way more exciting than law and policy, probably. So, thank you, Board Superintendent. And so, begin here. So, just to start off with this quick quote, this is directly comes from the law passed by the Assembly in the state. I'm going to go ahead and read it. There's a growing evidence that unrestricted use of smartphones by pupils at elementary and secondary schools during the school day interferes with the educational mission of the schools, lowers pupil performance, particularly among low-achieving pupils, promotes cyberbullying, and contributes to an increase in teenage anxiety, depression, and suicide. I chose to put this quote on here, but I think it's very sobering. And very relevant, and certainly relevant to the discussion you had earlier on the use of technology in general. So the actual law itself requires that the governing board of all school districts develop and adopt no later than July 1st, 2026, a policy to limit or prohibit the use of smartphones by students while at school. Specifically, that the policy should involve, or the development of the policy should involve significant stakeholder participation in order to ensure that the policies are responsive, obviously, to the needs and desires of students, parents, and educators. The policy may include enforcement mechanisms that limit access to smartphones, and there's a requirement that the policy be revisited and updated every 5 years. It's built essentially on an existing law that already gave school districts the opportunity to limit the use of smartphones. So really what's changed is now the state is requiring districts to adopt a policy that school districts already had within their capabilities to adopt before. And it established these 4 things: that a student shall not be prohibited from possessing or using a smartphone under any of these following circumstances. 1 is in case of an emergency or in response to a perceived threat of danger. That's a very broad area there. 2, when a teacher or administrator of a school district grants permission to a student to possess or use a smartphone, subject to whatever reasonable limitations are put upon them. 3, when a licensed physician or surgeon determines that the possession or use of a smartphone is necessary for the health and well-being of the child. And then 4, when the possession or use of a smartphone is required in a pupil's IEP program. So currently for BCSD, we actually have an existing policy that does address smartphone use. It is embedded within Board Policy 601.01, Conduct of Pupils. So the board has been proactive in that sense to adopt a policy once this law was enacted that enabled school districts to do that. So this is what's currently within our policy. And it's currently addressed in the section that's titled Possession, Use of Cellular Phones or Other Mobile Communication Devices. So specifically, the board recognizes that some parents or guardians may provide a mobile communication device to their student for various reasons. The board prohibits the display and or use by students of essentially those devices while on school grounds. So The current policy enacted by the board essentially acknowledges that parents do give students access to cell phones, but does prohibit that their display or use on campus is not allowed. It does include the 4 exemptions identified in the Ed Code, and continue with law. It does not currently specifically allow a teacher by in and of themselves to grant permission, and reserves that privilege solely to administrators currently. It doesn't use the terminology smartphone, but instead uses mobile communication devices, which is a much broader term to encompass lots of different things that would include smartphones. It does address that schools do have the ability to confiscate devices and lead to possible discipline for unauthorized use, and does require a written agreement for certain devices that may have a listen-in feature, and that those features be disabled, for certain apps that are on the phones or devices. And an example of that is Angel Sense is a very common app that parents use. It does have a listen-in feature, but we do require that that feature be disabled while the student is on campus. So we can't, there's not active listening in a classroom setting where there's a general expectation of privacy. And then our policy was last revised in 2022. So you may be asking, well, we have a policy, like, how's that working for us? Right? So even though we do have a possession, use, or prohibited in the policy, the following challenges occur. And these come from lots of feedback received from lots of people over the years. And they're in no particular order. But there is an inconsistent enforcement by schools and staff, we find. There's not universal enforcement. You go to some schools, they're very staunch about enforcing this, and then you go to others, it's looser and not as tight. There is many instances where we have parents who are not supportive of the enforcement. And we oftentimes get those calls down in the student services department where parents are demanding that their child be able to use their phone at any time, whenever they want, on a campus for any reason. There's, of course, the addictive nature of cell phones, which we've already been touched on this evening. There's also the fact that how staff model or even use their own personal devices sends mixed messages. We hear that from parents related to even yard duty supervision and things as that, which we battle that. And then we do have instances where enforcement, where schools enforcing the policy, ends up escalating into a much more challenging behavioral situation that can be actually aggressive and confrontational with staff. That leads to higher level discipline. So based on the policy and reviewing these kind of challenges and things in front of us, these are, again, general recommendations provided to you to consider. We do recommend obtaining feedback from parents, staff, student, and community. That is what the law is asking us to do in the new law. Plus, it's also the general practice that we want to have in this district is to hear the voice of our constituents, right? Also, to then use that feedback to bring forward to the board and for the board to consider revising the current policy and procedures based on that feedback. Then to engage in a clear communication of that policy and procedures to parents, staff, students, and community so that there's clarity before we enact changes. And then to implement the policy with consistency. Obviously, consistency is a big concern. So we included for you a sample timeline. Again, these times are all flexible, but just kind of lay out what that might be. It is not a quick moving timeline or intended to be, so there's a thoughtful process. But would start with, and it's starting at the beginning of the year, given that this year is closing and coming to an end. But the beginning of the year, August usually isn't a great time to enact things as school is starting. But starting in September, as our parent advisory groups are formed, bring those groups in, allow for feedback there, also for our employee groups to come in and give specific feedback. Then in October, have some sort of broader survey which allows for parents and students and staff who are not part of those groups specifically to give their input. And then bring back in November a general presentation on what that feedback is, and also allow at that time for a public hearing so that any community members that wanted to participate could be a part of that. And then based on that feedback generally and the discussion of the board following that, to hopefully bring back a first read in December, and then followed by a second read, which would then allow a sufficient period of time of a few months to really engage in an upfront communication process to our stakeholders, so that by the time we actually implement any revised policy or even stand on the existing one and just talk about enforcement, that to be then, brought forth by August. So meeting the statutory deadline by July 1st and then fully implementing in August. So with that in mind, I'd like to turn it back over to you as a board for your discussion and questions in any way I can support.
That was a really good presentation. And I think that the different pilots and the different things that happen on the campus, we're not starting from scratch with this issue, so I appreciate the way you discussed that. I think the thing that worries me, and I think that we are not going to be able to ignore, is that cell phone usage by small children is anarchy. Parents hand them their cell phones because they keep them subdued, or other devices. And something I've learned recently as a parent is I didn't know that I could put on protections just with my Android phone to alert me when my child searched sensitive areas, sensitive subjects, like suicide or porn, or I didn't know I could get those alerts. I was just checking my kids' phones ever so often. But they're the same way that we do loving solutions and give people a toolkit. I don't think anyone has ever, no one certainly to me as a parent has said, did you know there's 2 or 3 things that you can do on your kids' cell phone settings to make sure they're not stumbling across things they shouldn't or getting access to things they shouldn't? I think that those presentations also have to be anchored in some of the data about here's all the bullying we have in our district. Here's, as a board member, almost every incidence of violence is usually somehow tied into either bullying that occurred on a phone or kids holding the phone to watch a fight, or, so I'm really interested to see that, but I don't think parents realize how much that is a catalyst in the behavior issues we have on campuses. Aside from what you were already saying, we know kids are seeing damaging things at a developmental age where it's not appropriate for them. But I don't think, again, as a mom, no one has said to me hey, you should take your kid's cell phone every night and not let them take it to bed because that's when they need the most peace and they shouldn't have that light, that blue light, and they shouldn't be looking at negative things and they're very susceptible. I haven't had the opportunity, and I read a lot and I go to a lot of events, and no one's saying that to me. I don't think anyone's saying that to our parents, and I don't think anyone is giving our parents tools. So I think there's going to be a very visceral reaction to not having 24/7 access to your children. But I think if we are leaders, which so often we are as a district, and we say we want to partner with you, we don't want to, create a bonfire and get rid of every cell phone that ever existed, but also we want to empower you with ways we can be partnering to help your kid. I think the parents will be more susceptible, because I suspect some of your listening sessions are going to be people rolling their eyes and telling you to go to hell because they want their kids to have a cell phone. That's just my suspicion. Maybe I'm terribly wrong, but
hopefully nicer words than that. But yes.
I don't know. It's late. I'm feisty. No, but my kid walks home, and he walks home 2 miles. So I want him to have a cell phone. I want to see where that little dot moving on my computer. I understand parents' fears. I understand their needs. It's a scary, scary world. And how do we balance that and empower them? There's nothing in the recommendations that I think empowers our families yet. And I'm hoping, you know better than me how we can do that, but I'm hoping we can do that.
Thank you.
Is there any way to solicit feedback on the Chromebook device too while we survey parents, even though one is a policy or law and this other one may not end up going that route at all? Because I mean, they are interconnected.
Yeah, I mean, the survey instrument we give out in the questions certainly could be developed to include more than just the topic of smartphones.
I mean, while they're thinking of it, while we're at it.
I can think of several students who use a tablet as their cell phone because their parents took their cell phone. So.
Kids are smart, man.
I think the main issue is the inconsistent enforcement. It's just exhausting when there's some people that choose to be strict, and then there's other people that are very lenient, and then they're the mean teacher, and it's exhausting.
And the law seems to still allow that. Teachers will be able to say, okay, now you can use your cell phone. Still going to be a problem because that's the problem now.
Unless we lock up every cell phone when they get to school, which I don't think we should do.
And I think, we look at, as parents or as adults, as setting the example. I mean, we can go on to our campuses and, it's an epidemic, with adults and stuff that can't be. So it's like, how do we take that or teach the adult that they're the ones who are going to have to set the example? I mean, I remember, totally different, but I remember when Cato and Fletcher opened, and both Nancy and Mike had no gum on campus, and they made a point of the teachers, the staff could not chew gum on campus, and made that. And I mean, it was hard, but they did it, and there was no gum. I mean, cell phones will be much more difficult than a piece of gum, but I'm saying it's part of discipline and teaching them.
When you see it too, when you see someone else use it, you think of using it yourself. So it's like
Right.
You're igniting that
right.
urge to look yourself and check your phone.
Some of our security systems have apps on phones that our administrators can check to be keeping kids safe. So it's hard because cell phones are built into some of these people's jobs. It's not that they're negligible towards children. Sometimes what they're doing on a phone is to protect children. So, and sometimes a kid is using a phone to learn. So it's a really tricky subject. This is so tricky. But like I said, right now it's anarchy. Right now, really, a lot of kids are just given a phone and there is no restrictions on time or anything. And like anything else, I think there was one, not everyone who tries drugs is gonna get addicted to drugs. Not every kid who uses cell phones is gonna get addicted to cell phones, but the ones who are, it's scary.
I do think because this is a new policy though, if we don't do this now, this is our chance because this is our opportunity.
Any info from LA yet?
Curious to really know between the lines, there was an LA Times article released, I think on Monday, that offered positive reactions and positive impact to the cell phone policy. I kind of want to dig in between the lines and really understand what that means. I will say this, I'll say this, I think our greatest challenge with this policy enforcement is gonna be around the addictive-like behaviors for our kids when devices go away. And I agree with Dr. Cruz-Boone in that I don't know that we wanna be in a position where we're purchasing locking devices. It's a huge investment, there's no monetary support from the state on that. And kids are smart, they're gonna figure out how to break through those things before we even buy them.
Right.
They're gonna know. So, as we navigate this journey to get stakeholder feedback, input, and guide direction, we all need to be very, very careful with how addicted our kids are to phones, recognize that, and be prepared to respond, because we've already had instances that have led to expulsion recommendations because of reactions to their phone being taken away. Those are one-offs. This is gonna be 9,000 middle school kids. And it's amazing too, you look at elementary kids, not so much of an affinity to be locked to their cell phone. But for some reason, you go to 6th grade or 7th grade, depending on your school site, you're married to your phone now. It's with you, you pull it out, it becomes a fight to record it, to get the first post, to get the likes, whatever. I am very concerned that our system doesn't have the support structure to respond to the addictive-like reactions we're gonna get from kids. That is my greatest concern for this.
And I also worry about the different nature of devices. Like, if we are really strict on cell phones, will we see more smartwatches or smart glasses or smart, like, and I know that the policy is, and the language in the law is broad to encompass those things, but that adds another, like, my grandmother did not realize that my daughter's, like, watch could take a picture, right? Like, people don't even know all of the things that different devices can do now. So like you said, people are gonna find ways around it, and how do we even treat it? It's gonna be a lot.
Have to start somewhere.
Yes, no, it's worth doing.
Yep.
It's absolutely worth doing. It's just gonna be, empower us, please.
And I mean, I guess the good news too is that we're not gonna be the only ones doing this, so we'll
Right.
learn from other districts and what other people are doing.
But we're so big, everybody watches us and scrutinizes us.
Any other discussion? Questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, now we're moving on to number 4, report on artificial intelligence.
I'm setting my timer so I don't talk too long, so I'm not playing. All right. Do you know the average human can only listen for about 8 to 12 minutes before they start cycling off and can no longer process information? So I'm going to work really hard to keep it within that time frame. Again, I'm just apologizing for being on my phone because I set the timer. All right. So, good evening, board. My name is Dr. Fambro, and I'm the Chief Technology Officer here at Bakersfield City School District, and I'm very excited tonight to share with you the work of our Artificial Intelligence Committee and various other educational partners on our path to build clarity and capacity around this new emerging technology, which is artificial intelligence. So tonight I've kind of grouped the talking points into 3 different points. One is how we formed our AI Guidance Committee and the work that they've done, the product of the AI Guidebook, or the Artificial Intelligence Guidebook, and finally, just our initial steps, or where we're at in developing our rollout plan. We're not quite there yet, but we've got some ideas. So first, let's talk about where we started. So in June of last year, the board passed Board Policy 307.2, Use of Artificial Intelligence. And in that board policy, you all charged us with the work of creating a human-centered foundation for artificial intelligence work. And you set some goals for us. And so some of those goals were guidelines for responsible use, or including professional development. So with the charge and the language of the board policy, we created a few goals. Create an AI guidance committee, create AI guidance, adjust our board policies and the language in our handbook so that it reflected this emerging technology. And with that, we said, okay, we've got some goals, let's put it in a time frame, and now we need a group of amazing, wonderful humans who are dedicated and will bring their unique perspective, their intellect, and their caring to the work so that we have a broad pool to add to this work. So we formed an AI guidance committee in about August of last year. We had teacher representatives, we had site representatives, different district office representatives, we had classified representative, management representatives. So we had a variety of representatives on our AI task force, or our AI guidance committee. And we spent the first few times we met together and we said, okay, what's our purpose? Like, I presented them with the board policy, I shared with them these goals and this timeline, but the work has to be shared. There has to be collective capacity building and collective creation. And so we spent some time together and we said, okay, what is our purpose? And we shared our hopes. What were our hopes for how AI was going to be used? What were we afraid of? It is emerging, it's new, there's a lot of unknowns. What might we have to navigate that we don't even know is on the horizon? And we came together and we formed a very straightforward goal. It is to collectively create and refine systems of support for staff, students, and family. And I want to highlight our work was not to create a do not list. A lot of things when things are new, it's like, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this. And what we realized is artificial intelligence is an emerging technology that will remain with us. So in addition to, we do have, you can't do this, but it was, how do you use it? So then we started our meetings. We have our purpose. We're ready to go. And we started and ended every meeting with this same statement. AI should not replace the work that you love to do and requires your humanity. It should support the remedial work that takes away from the important work. And so that was our foundation as we moved forward. And so our AI Guidance Committee, this group of classified, certificated management, district office, site staff, we met over 8 times in the last year. And each time we met, we followed a pretty similar structure. So we would usually introduce some literature, some guidance, some surveys on parents, for surveys of parents, surveys of students, what was going on, what was kind of accepted, what was the guidance. And then we would take what we read, we would debrief, and then we would bring our own unique perspective and go, okay, based off what we read, current research, current guidance, and our own expertise as professionals, what do we anticipate staff needing? What do we anticipate our families needing, our students needing? What has best practice or experience suggested might be needed? So in addition to our AI Guidance Committee, working in tandem with them was our parents as leaders. So we met once with them and we asked them, what would you need? What would you need from us? Because on our AI Guidance Committee, we didn't have a parent representative. So we wanted to carve out space specifically for our families to give us feedback. And some of the asks they had mirror the conversation here today. So we recognize the power of technology, but we also see the passive use of technology at home. Help us. How do we guide our students? Could you give us one-pagers once a quarter? Could you guide us on how to have conversations and set boundaries? Could you help our faces teach us? And so we took that into consideration. In addition to our parents as leaders, once a quarter we have our Educational Technology Teacher Advisor Committee. Whew, that's quite a mouthful. So each time that we were developing, each time we met and we developed with our AI Guidance Committee, we took the results of that to our Educational Technology Teacher Advisory Committee, which has a representative from each school site, and each representative is in a various grade level. And we said, what are your thoughts around this? What do you think should be in a responsible use agreement, which is before you today? What do you think, how should we approve digital tools when they're requested of us? How should we navigate support? And so we got feedback from those stakeholders as well, our educational partners. And then finally, in addition to this kind of waterfall project management where we have strategic planning and we don't roll out until we've got a really robust plan, we also did a little bit of agile project management, right? Let it out a little bit, see the reaction, and let that inform our practice. So we did a professional development with our principals in October, and so we got the feedback of our site management. Then in December, we actually did a professional development with school site staff, and we could see their reaction, what they needed, what landed with them. And then finally, we met with our, and this was very rewarding. We got to hold a session at Parent University, and I'm not in the classroom anymore, so getting to have students again, it's like, oh, my puppies, you know, so I really enjoyed the time with our parents. So, and our focus was family, tech time, and artificial intelligence. So we talked about how to monitor their phone usage, whether you're an Apple user or you're an Android user, or how you could use AI to make a family recipe or to help your kid with 5th grade math. The prompt, tell me how to help my student with this kind of math concept, but where I don't tell them the answer, but I coach them through it. And we all entered that. Tell me how to make a masa recipe when my cousin's a vegetarian, and I always put lard in my masa. So it was really dynamic, and it was really rewarding to see them being so responsive and very informative, right? It helps us know what they need, what worked, and what we might add. So all of that work culminated into our AI guidebook. And I'm just going to discuss kind of the layout of that briefly. So our AI guidebook is centered on this idea of human-centeredness, that educators, staff will never be replaced. Robots don't care. Robots can't attend to the nuances of human connection. It can help us be more efficient and at times more effective, given access to resources. So I'd like to take a moment and read the purpose of the AI guidebook as it's stated in the guidebook. This guide provides a framework to ensure AI is used ethically, effectively, and in ways that align with our mission of developing collaborative, creative, and critical thinkers. Our goal is to empower our community to navigate AI's evolving role in education with confidence, ensuring it enhances learning while upholding our core values. And so that's the purpose of our book. Of course, we begin the book like we began every meeting, on a focus on human-centeredness and the power of relationships and connection, and that AI is a tool to enhance, never to replace. We then move into like, what is AI? Listen, you've been using Siri, you've been using Netflix recommendations for a lot of years. That's narrow AI. Generative AI takes those same patterns and information and gives you an output instead of just doing a narrow task. So there's some familiarity with it. We wanted to connect the known to the unknown. In addition to that, we talked about, hey, what you put in AI, you need to be very careful with that. No financial information, no personally identifiable information, no information that's detailed enough that you would be able to guess who it is talking about. What goes in AI cannot be, you have to be careful with the information you put in. In addition to that, you have to be careful with how you use the information that comes out. You have to critically evaluate that information and use it strategically, because ultimately you're the practitioner, you're the expert, you know. So that's just a tool. It's not to be followed verbatim. We then move into AI for educators, and we just talk about, hey, these are some prompts you can use to help you better communicate, or to develop authentic learning, or to lesson plan, or to differentiate for your students, which can be difficult. We're doing so many things at once. To develop assessments so you can check in with how your kids are doing, or allow them to show what they know through writing. We also developed guidance for staff. You'll notice that it is less robust because our staff really have job-specific roles. So that particular guidance with them will be developed with their department so that it can be tailored to meet their specific roles and and how they might best use AI to be effective and efficient in what they do. We created a how-to for our families. Our families had asked for a one-pager, so we thought, okay, you could use this first one as a one-pager. And then our Educational Technology Teacher Advisory Committee said, hey, our families might want to know what prompts they can use, so could we add that too? So we did. We also included guidance for our students. Now, I do want to note that our students we have not approved any tools that are generative AI specific for student use. I will note, however, is that technology tools that meet the expectations of COPPA, SIPA, FERPA, SOPIPA, which essentially says laws that protect student privacy, tools that are approved by those regulatory laws do have AI embedded in them. So whether it's spell check or just a synthesizing the search results. So there are some AI aspects that will require that students understand what AI is and how to responsibly use the information. We finished our guidebook just like we finished every meeting. The possibilities of AI are tremendous, but there are limitations. And the prominent limitation is that AI is a robot. And it's not a caring human that can connect and attend to people's needs. We include some resources, what we referenced, whether it was national guidance, district guidance, state guidance, international guidance in terms of UNESCO, and then our RUA or any legislation that might have guided our work. And so ultimately, 20% should be the product, 80% of time and energy should be the communication and capacity building, right? So this will be the meat of our work moving forward. We want to develop a comprehensive approach to supporting our families around this topic at the district, site, and individual level. We also want to provide for support for our administrators, our site support staff, and our teachers. We also want to support our classified staff at the site level and the departmental level. And finally, we want to ensure that our students have access to ongoing capacity building, because this technology is going to change. And new technology is going to come up we could have never even dreamed about. And then this one might be old again, right? Like we might be joking like, AI, haha, pagers, haha. Like it could change. So not, right? So we provide all of these avenues for professional learning, but I do want to just note that we'll have to continue to traverse these paths of professional development as technology continues to evolve. And so my hope was to keep it under the time frame, because the whole processing thing, you know, the average human can't do it too long because it's a lot to take in. But my goal here tonight was to share with you the work of our wonderful AI Guidance Committee, Teacher Advisory Committee, parents as leaders, and those folks who were kind and gracious enough to participate in our professional learning. Because of their work, so many of us will be able to benefit. Our artificial intelligence guidebook, and then our tentative plans for professional learning, capacity building, and communication. And so I'd like to end this presentation the same way we ended and started all of our AI guidance committees, with this quote: AI should not replace the work that you love to do and requires your humanity. It should support the remedial work that takes time away from the important work. So that is a summary of our AI Guidance Committee, the resource that they have created, and our initial ideas around professional learning, capacity building, and communication, building clarity. So with that, I'll open it up the floor. Any conversation, discussions, questions?
This will be also available in Spanish, right?
Always.
Any other language besides English and Spanish?
I think that there's a threshold for which we have to meet for us to be required to, but if there is a significant portion of the population that speaks a language, in our attempt to build clarity, capacity build, we want to ensure that they have access to that. So if we're made aware of that, we will definitely ensure that's translated and accessible to our families.
Stakeholders that were involved. Gentle recommendation that it would be helpful to have more photos, even of the committees you've been working in, so it's not just words.
Oh, on the slide deck.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I can do that.
I just meant like, because it's so much like information and data and to-dos, and if the driving mission is still to remember that humanity, I think it helps to like put those humanizing pieces in there for us and for the parents who are reading your materials. Like, I think it keeps it centered to the heart of what you say and
believe it worked for, yes.
Absolutely.
Yes. Will do, that's an easy
Sorry,
fix.
I'm tired, I didn't say that.
Also, I know that for like a social media, Ms. Tabitha and the team have done QR codes for different stuff. So maybe have a QR code in case there's that parent that wants to look at the AI handbook on a QR code.
I mean, it broke my brain that you can like take a picture of a math problem and AI will explain to you like how to solve it. I was like, what? I don't need my math teacher husband. I can teach you how to do this math problem.
You can.
Actually,
you're empowered.
I taught it wrong, but because the teacher
we got to start somewhere.
Well, because they have, the teacher wants you to do it a very specific way, and the computer didn't know that. So, what you put in matters. You're absolutely right. I think this is so cool.
All right. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to letter H, Business Services. Number 1, Assistant Superintendent's Report. Mrs. Sherry Gladden.
Good evening. Keeping it rolling with the presentations. So I appreciate the opportunity tonight to bring forward a high-level summary of the district's second interim report that is coming before the board tonight for approval. It's a comprehensive document of over 120 pages of some of the smallest numbers that you're going to see in your life on any state report. And so while every page serves an important purpose towards meeting the state's compliance, it can be a bit overwhelming in its entirety. So the purpose of tonight's presentation is intended to condense and summarize the report to the most critical elements. So we'll review comparison since first interim, overall summary of the budget, multi-year projections, and the district certification status. The second interim report is the second of 2 required mid-year financial snapshots that school districts must submit each year. It reflects the district's budget, actual revenues received, actual expenditures incurred through January 31st. Staff builds our budget using assumptions of how much revenues we believe we will be eligible for and likely to receive. Interim report periods allow us to track those assumptions against the reality of grants, entitlement, and other revenue sources we receive. Between first and second interim report periods, we see a net increase of about $900,000 in revenues, which is really more or less of a budget wiggle for a budget of our size. And it represents a very minor improvement of 0.1%. So between our first interim and second interim budget snapshots, we have not had any material changes to our revenue assumptions. When we take a look at the change in expenditures from first interim to second interim, we see a more noticeable change in assumptions representing approximately an 11% change. The variance is almost exclusively on the restricted side of the budget and the result of shifting grant and entitlement program timelines to a future period. The timing shift does not indicate a loss of funding or reduction in services, but rather a realignment of when the activities will take place. This slide focuses on the general fund budget as of second interim, broken out into unrestricted and restricted components. It provides a side-by-side view of revenues, expenditures, and the projected ending fund balance for each segment. At second interim, we are projecting a decrease to the combined general fund ending balance of $29.6 million. This planned reduction is primarily due to the use of one-time grant and entitlements as we carry out those activities and initiatives tied to those specific funding sources. So in other words, we're spending all of those one-time dollars that we've received on the activities that were given to us for. As of the end of the fiscal year, June 30th, 2025, we plan on ending the year with an available reserve balance of 11.88%. This next slide provides a snapshot of all funds operated by the district as of second interim. It gives a broader view beyond just the general fund. As shown, the total combined revenues across all funds are projected at $860.3 million, while total expenditures are projected at $960.3 million. So that's a spend down of reserves across all operating funds of $100 million, with over 2/3 of that being in our facility funds, representing the significant amount of facility projects that we are undertaking at this time. This summary of the general fund's multi-year projections over a 3-year period, beginning with the current fiscal year and extending through the next 2 years, is a tool for evaluating the district's long-term fiscal health and ensuring we can meet our financial obligations not only this year, but in the future years. As shown in the projections, we anticipate a year-over-year decrease in the fund balance. This is an expected trend as one-time funds on the restricted side of the budget from state and federal grants are spent down in alignment with their intended purpose. So again, the actual multi-year projection form within the second interim report, which is attached to the board agenda and available for review, is pages long, probably about 15 pages in total. I'm trying to bring it forward in a condensed version that makes it easier for the average user to extrapolate the quick facts on that. But it is condensing a lot of information onto one little slide. If we break out the change in fund balance shown on the multi-year projection between the unrestricted and restricted portions of the general fund, the separation gives us a more detailed view of where fiscal pressures are occurring. It reflects that the district's unrestricted expenditures are outpacing revenues, resulting in a structural deficit. This is a signal that additional long-term budget solutions are needed to bring the budget in balance. That said, the multi-year projections also confirm that even with this deficit, the district is still able to maintain the state-mandated 3% reserve for economic uncertainties in each of the 3 fiscal years. And I've highlighted that line in white on the slide to show and confirm that the district will still maintain the 3% required minimum reserve. And I've called out in a dark navy blue, the change in the district's unrestricted ending fund balance each year, showing the progression from our current budget, which has a deficit of $666,831, progressing to approximately $2.6 million in the first out year and to $5.3 million in the second projected out year if no additional corrections or adjustments are made. As a result of maintaining the state-mandated 3% reserve for economic uncertainties, the district qualifies for a positive certification on our second interim report. This certification affirms that the district is expected to meet its financial obligations for the current and 2 future years. As with all of our financial reports for the year that come forward before the board and are submitted to the state, they are always uploaded onto the district's website just to continue towards our transparency with our financial reports and easy access to the general public and all of our stakeholders. So this report, in addition, will be added to the district's website just for quick and convenience. The website address is shown on this slide, and it is on the Fiscal Services website, in addition to this being attached and available to the board docs following tonight's meeting. That is a very high-level summary of a very large and comprehensive report, and I'm happy to field any questions that you may have at this time or as you take these items for consideration and approval.
I don't have any questions. Thank you for the report. I just had one when I was looking at that. This is so cool. The one page that has the multi-year projections. It roughly, not like approximate number. I'm like putting it in my calculator on my phone. It looks like our federal sources are almost 20% of our budget each year. Is there any risk to that under the current losing the Department of Education, considering a budget that cuts state allotments to education? Like 20% is a huge blow.
Yeah, that is an abnormally high percent, and really post-pandemic with all the one-time funds that have rolled through, and the higher than normal carryover balances for our Title I funding, our Title II funding. So in that, there are large balances of carryover funding. Those awards remain available to us because they were in a prior issued budget period from the feds. But that is one of the considerations that was taken into account on second interim with our state programs that have more broad available uses, is reevaluating the spending timeline and planning the extension in the future years for which they have available award periods. Because if there is any reduction to the federal programs, we could repurpose, like our discretionary learning block grant, and other one-time state funds that could also fund similar items or the same items that the federal funds are funding. We really are in a climate right now where we would desperately love to have more base dollars, but what we have are a ton of restricted dollars that are given to accomplish this task, this goal, this purpose. And a lot of them overlap. And so it's having a lot of dollars for professional development, tutoring, extended learning, and there's multiple different funding sources that could fill that need or fill that bucket. And so if within the upcoming 2 years, which gives planning time to adjust and rethink or resize services if need be, if there was a reduction in the federal programs, we do have those state awards and we have the carryover of those dollars that Some of the state awards are paid to you up front, and some of them are paid at a later date. What we learned from the state is it's risky if they're the ones that are paid at a later date. It's more secure if they're one of the ones that were advanced up front, and you carry the money throughout the entire award timeline. So those are considerations that we took in place on the timing when we say that we're like repurposing those dollars or moving them forward, advancing them to next year or over the upcoming 2 years.
Looks like there's questions incoming still, or?
So, and on the general fund summary, so you said we have to have 3%, but you think we're gonna have like almost 12?
Yes.
In our,
Well, and for
reserve.
comparison, I would not be sleeping at night if we only had 3%, because it takes over 30 million just to run a payroll for a month.
Right.
So the 3% wouldn't even cover a payroll cycle. So really, for cash flow purposes, and as I'm sure the state's gonna look further at deferrals. We have one deferral this year, which is part of our June payment, deferred until July, into the next fiscal year. Those kind of things create a tightening on your cash flow, right? And as the state struggles with their budget challenge, and as they look forward at the May revise and the budgets they adopt, I'm sure that we will have more deferrals. I'm just guessing based on past practice, 24 years of watching this happen. And so, that's a thing with our reserve that gives us our own built-in cash flow in times of need, or just the what if as anything happens. Like, we know that we just had a classroom burned down and destroyed by fire. We will have insurance to come in and help us out with that, but there's also costs that you don't really foresee when you lose something in that state and you're working around it and you're covering things. So sometimes it could be a system failure on a plumbing cycle, it could be, a classroom, it could be some unknown regulation that we don't know of as of today, but that's coming our way that reserve helps to bridge. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 2, adoption of the budget revision for 24-25. It is recommended that the budget revision for the 2024-2025 school year be approved.
This is Chris, so moved.
Second.
This is Laura, I second.
Thank you. Any discussion on that? Cool. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye as well. Number 3, approval and certification of the second interim report for 2024-2025. It is recommended that my computer's stuck. Thank you. It is recommended that the second interim report be accepted in certification that the district will be able to meet its financial obligations for the current fiscal year 2024-2025 and for the subsequent 2 fiscal years be approved.
This is Laura, I move that we approve.
This is Chris, I second.
Okay, all of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye as well. Okay, looking at number 4 now. Approval of the 2024-2025 Prop 28 Arts and Music in Schools LEAN School Site Plan. It is recommended that the board approve the proposed 2024-2025 Proposition 28 Arts and Music in Schools LEAN School Site Plan.
This is Laura, I move that we approve this.
Go ahead.
I second.
Thank you. Any discussion on that one? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Number 5, approval of the 2025-2026 Home to School Transportation Plan. It is recommended that the board approve the proposed 2025-26 transportation plan so that the district will be eligible to receive home to school transportation HDS reimbursement funding from the state.
I'm trying to load the report. Did they correct, Mr. Luque, the Twitter?
The Twitter, I'm so sorry, we change it to X. That
Yeah,
was an outdated
okay.
reference on there.
Okay.
Thank you for catching that.
Cool.
Sorry.
Good catch.
Have a motion on this one?
This Laura, I move that we approve.
Cool.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
I had a question. Is there any discussion when you met with stakeholders about this new plan, about the 2-mile radius for the middle school kids that walk? That's just, with all the accidents and issues we've had with safety, it's such a long way to walk in some of the neighborhoods where our schools are located.
So this one is shared via sending out the survey and opening a survey that they can log on to provide their feedback. So it's not a meeting, it's just a sharing with employees and parents. the access to the survey. And then as well, there are agencies, air boards, what are the three? Get Bus, like other transportation providers and air pollution board, the air pollution board within the county that also get to receive our plan and submit feedback on it. And so all of those items as far as the walking distance is represented in the plan. And so having that open, we didn't, we'll always get conversation, and this year was an exception. So maybe Tammy, I don't know, might have got the calls because in the past years I would get calls from parents who would express that they wish that we could add a stop closer to their home, or wish that we could reduce the walking distance. And so I know that that's an interest for parents, and it's an interest for the district as well. And at whatever such time that we can fill all of our vacant bus driver positions, that's something that we can definitely explore. At this time, we do not have all of our bus driver positions filled, and so we're still on a mission to recruit and train and grow our own bus drivers.
Sorry, for me, it's such a safety issue. The longer the kids are walking, the more of a risk it is. And this is where, when I read the report, like, it came up for me.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, the challenge is one, it's personnel staffing. Part of that is the conversation about moving our leads back into routes, because we need everybody with a driver's license to drive a bus, driving a bus route. The secondary pressure of that is the significant increase in special ed routes. If you notice the report, I don't know the number off the top of my head, but those numbers are just growing well every single year, and it's hard to keep up with that. But yes, it's I think just before the pandemic was when we expanded the distance because we saw a drop in our number of bus drivers, and so it's a paramount priority for us to staff bus drivers and get that distance a little bit less. And then to that point too, Dr. Cruz-Boone, we even look at it from the perspective of schools that have a high chronic absenteeism rate. So specifically, I'll identify Roosevelt and College Heights. College Heights is pulling kids from south of 178 around adjacent to the Kern Medical Center. They have to walk up, across the bridge to get to school. We have, and Tam's doing a great job to get one bus. I think it does two laps to pick up kids. But that's the request from the principal to add a second bus there to get everybody there at one time, right? So that's a pressure point. Roosevelt, kids walk from around the doors right there on I or Chester, they cross Chester and H to get to Roosevelt Elementary. That's a pressure point too. So, and those are elementary schools, not even the middle school conversation. So yes, we need to continue to work at this, try to identify drivers, try to reestablish routes. And I know every year, come summertime, requests come in. Please consider this stop. Please consider this place. And at times we're adjusting based on the numbers of kids who show up on a route, particularly to load a bus, and make those adjustments. But we need additional drivers with licenses to really meet the demand.
Mike? I have a comment. Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
As I said, you brought up the concerns of other ones. I also will always bring up the concern of 178 in Canteria, where these children are crossing 10 lanes of a highway that has 20 to 21,000 cars a day that pass through. And if you've ever driven that street, the amount of traffic, the high speed of the traffic, because many of those people are out-of-town people, and they come down that hill and they don't realize that there's a stoplight there. And I can tell you, I sit there every day and watch the amount of people that run the lights and stuff. It's a very, it's a big concern for City on the Hill's parents, because these children are crossing 10 lanes of traffic. So it's something, that really could be an unsafe situation. And I'm not sure what the law is. There used to be a law regarding crossing over railroad tracks, where kids can't cross over railroad tracks. I don't know what it is with crossing over 10 lanes of a freeway, because the freeway does end right there. You know, it becomes a highway just because there is cross traffic.
We do have buses that service City in the Hills. It's a very broad and large neighborhood, but as well at that traffic controlled stoplight, there's a crossing guard that the kids that live closer to the neighborhood, closer to the end of the neighborhood, are crossed over on that stoplight.
And I agree with that, but
because the distance wise is actually less than a mile from there to the school for the edge of City in the Hills.
Right.
And there are buses that service City in the Hills for the larger.
I agree with that, but I also agree, I see that there's 10 lanes that these people, and sit there and watch the amount of people that run that light, you know, coming as the traffic comes, when the sun rises in the morning and the traffic is going eastbound, they're blinded by the sun as they come down, and it's, you know, it's a big safety concern, as I said, that needs to be addressed.
So I know that prior to there was a point in time where we didn't have those stops because of limits on drivers, but we reinitiated those stops. Right. My wonder is, do we know if every child has access to that stop? Because a lot of parents will drop off regardless of a bus. They're still going to drive across the road and drop off. I guess the question is, how do we evaluate the need for additional buses? Because again, this is a conversation of, we have finite resources, X number of drivers, Y number of buses. So pulling a bus to redirect to Canteria or to City in the Hills is going to pull a bus stop off of some other campus. And again, those are decisions we're making all the time anyway, so just
I
look
don't
at that.
disagree with that.
Yeah.
And I think it just needs to be something that is re-looked at. It's just not, there's not an assumption at the beginning of each year that, okay, that's all fine. I think it needs to be looked at, especially the amount of traffic that is coming by there, and even asking our crossing guard company of what are the incidents of cars running that light. And I mean, the crossing guard, you know, has had issues with that.
I also wonder too if we can request from the crossing guard company just to keep a tally of how many kids are actually crossing.
Right, because it's a long way. I mean, it's 10 lanes.
Yeah. But I also think about like some of the really fast roads over in the southwest Bakersfield where kids have crosswalks. There's like flashing signs that there's a school zone, and we don't have anything like that. People are coming from out of town. How would they know there's a school there? Like, and that's not something we can fix, but maybe that's something we can partner with, you know, our other government.
Takes a lot, but yeah.
I know.
Not the Congress.
We're seeing we're seeing improvements. Morning drives getting improvements. We're seeing some effort. So let's continue to leverage that as well. In addition to understanding the numbers and how we can assign resources.
East Bakersfield is neglected. When I see the speed bumps, when I see the flashing lights, when I see the new construction, it makes me sad.
Yeah, anecdotally, I can tell you that I'm a little bit disappointed that at my daughter's old elementary school that they are inserting a median between the 4-lane road that I don't believe requires it, but it's amazing to me how quick those improvements are made when we are asking for similar improvements that just seem a little bit slower. That's my anecdotal 2 cents.
I mean, it's amazing some of the road improvements around Cat too. That happened pretty quick.
They have a crossing guard.
Yep.
We have a motion and a second. I don't know if we voted yet, right?
Nope, we have not
did not vote yet. So, motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Moving on to letter I, Human Resources. Number 1, Assistant Superintendent's report. Mrs. Christine Cornejo.
Thank you, President Fuentes. This evening, I have a very short list of items underneath my division. I would ask the board's approval for the 2 Human Resources reports. And if you have any questions, I'm available to answer those.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 2, approval of the Classified Human Resources report. It is recommended that the Classified Human Resources report be approved as submitted.
I move to approve.
Thank you.
This is Laura, I second.
Thank you. Any discussion on that one? Seeing none, all of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, moving on to item number 3, approval of the certificated human resources report. It is recommended that the certificated human resources report be approved as submitted.
This is Laura, I move that we approve.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion on this one? All of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Moving on to J, board policies. Number 1, revision to board policies and procedures of the Bakersfield City School District, section 300.67, local control and accountability plan. This is a first reading. This is only for discussion.
No discussion?
None? Cool. Moving on to item number 2, revision of the board policies and procedures of the Bakersfield City School District, 400.43, responsible use agreement, also for discussion.
No discussion?
None. Alrighty, moving on to item number 3, revision of the board policies and procedures of Bakersfield City School District, 400.43, student use of technology, internet safety policy. This is a first reading, open for discussion.
No discussion.
None. All right. Thank you. Moving on to item K, consent agenda. Number 1, approval of the consent agenda. It is recommended the consent agenda be approved as submitted.
This is Chris, so moved.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on that one?
Yes, under the consultants, I just have a question regarding the summer school band or the music, where there's all these, are these our employees that are these outside the district? People that are being hired as consultants?
I'm sorry, what number are you?
Oh, the one, let me.
Item K6, consultant services.
Right.
And the question is, within the consultant agreement, there are a handful, let me get the number just to make,
Or instructors.
there's quite a few.
Page 5.
The consultant names?
Outside of the district.
They're
but,
outside the district.
All outside, right?
As a normal practice in music, they'll bring guest conductors or guest instructors from other school districts or other levels of education. It could be high school, it could be collegiate, or it could be other symphonies or orchestras, just to let the students have instruction or have an experience from a different.
And then when they play alongside them.
Yeah.
It's so cool.
Yeah.
I just, as I said, I just say, we have so many, music teachers. I was just wondering if they were within ours or they were outside.
I think it's more the experience, and is it like festival or concert or just additional?
Mr. Stone, come to the podium.
Yeah, it's mostly community musicians from the symphony, the masterworks choral, and they're side by side by our teachers.
Okay.
It's not one or the other. The teachers or the conductors and the instructors, and then the music community members sit side by side. It's a unique model that we crafted.
And we won't see the staff members because that's just extra time for
Right,
their work.
right.
But little segue, invite you, I think the best way to see this is at the performance assembly that's hosted at the end of this week-long camp. It's amazing, so.
It's so good, you have to go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, we have
I
more?
think Ms. Molly
Can
had
we also
something to say.
discuss 32 and 34?
Okay. Go for it.
Okay, so for 32, the MLK Wellness Center, Parent Center, and Transitional Kindergarten, that's only MLK?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. I just, with the Wellness Center, just again, the unpredictable nature of everything that's happening, anything that's going to cost more money in the future, I'm hesitant to vote in favor of. I know that this has been like a long culminating plan to have everything there. I know that the transitional kindergarten is required, but I don't feel like I can vote to support at this point. I feel weary. I kind of want to watch and wait what happens with the economy. And for did anyone want to say anything else for 32?
Yeah, can I say something on that too before you? I know that the city is also doing, the county is doing a lot of development in that MLK area as well, that overlaps with some of our efforts. And they don't seem to be coordinating so well with us. So I mean, the federal and state budget being what it is, I don't know, you know, how far we'll get on any of these projects, but I still think there is more than one governmental agency doing the same work in the same community in the state within blocks of each other.
We're talking about 32, right?
Yeah.
But that's the Wellness Center, the Parent Center, and the Transitional Kindergarten Project. It's all
Yes.
three of them in the same.
It's all together.
And currently the Parent Center is inside like the library at MLK. So
They are different funding sources, which I want to highlight as well. So in addition to the Wellness Center being a long-term vision of the district when we bought the property for MLK, and specifically reserving still the property right to the left of the school site for a future wellness center, because right now one of our wellness center locations is not district-owned property. We're using that site, but it comes with some, you know, difficulties or challenges with that, whereas we have the land next to this school site that was the intended purpose, but it was just not funding at the time that the school was built. So the wellness center is funded out of the LCAP, and specifically what that's intended to be paid from is the prior years during the pandemic when we weren't offering full services, we weren't able to do all of the activities that were in the LCAP, and so we had unintended savings. That's in the reserve of the LCAP. Those are committed dollars in our general fund, so they're for one-time purposes. So the construction of the wellness center is a one-time expense. It's a perfect use of those supplemental concentration dollars that they're for. And then the annual operating costs will shift from the location that's open right now, that's not a district-owned facility, over to this location. So there's not an impact or a change on the annual ongoing operating costs, and the construction costs for the wellness center portion is from that prior year committed.
Except for the last board meeting, we approved, I'm pretty sure it was the last board meeting, we approved software so that we could charge Medi-Cal and Medicaid for the services that we provide at the wellness centers, but that money that we get from them is probably not going to be there very much longer. So like, I hear what you're saying, that the costs won't change, but maybe the funding sources that we have for that service. I'm really taking to heart what Trustee Malliot said. Like, I love how much we do for the community. It matters so much. But if we have to vote on things like a new wellness center doesn't directly affect test scores and student instruction. Indirectly, it does absolutely 100%, but it doesn't directly affect student learning.
I think the thought process is to improve student attendance by addressing those health issues that we're able to address through the wellness center, and so to avoid the unnecessary absences that students would have if they weren't getting any care. But all considerations, I just wanted to clarify what the funding source was on that, because it is a little tricky when the projects are happening concurrently, and so there's been a long lead-up time with the architect design, and then quite frankly sitting at the state for the division of the state architect. We've reached the point where we have approval, and so that's where it got bid out. It had to be bid twice. And so it's a lot of work. It is a massive project with all three combined. But again, these were long-term plans that had been really since the construction of the school site was the intention of the parent center and the wellness center to come at a later date. The TK was just the reality of TK expansion that came up afterwards, and trying to the previously built and designed school was not built and designed for TK expansion, but yet it's upon us.
It has been a long-term plan, but things have changed very, very quickly. I mean, these last 3 months have been many years, it seems like. So again, I definitely am in support of this. I just personally want to slow down and take a look at these things that are going to incur more costs in the future, which also leads me to number 34 if we're done. For 34-2, I did not vote to approve the architectural design for the new school. I know that they are building out there. I personally do not feel like this is the best move at this point in time. This one is short of $700,000. And again, at this point, I just feel too weary of approving any amount of money for that project at this point in time until I sit still for a while and kind of watch how everything else plays out over the next couple months, maybe the next year.
This item is an amendment, it's an increase. So right now we're in contract and a portion of that is the bulk of that is the $700,000 that's on this item. That's not an additional $700,000, that's the new revised contract amount with this amendment. They're not, we don't have finalized plans for the school site. We're in the design phase right now, right? Because we're planning so that we're not reactionary once all of the kids are there and we're over the seams at our schools that are in that area. We're trying to develop plans and be ahead of that so that we're not reacting too slow, that we're prepared in advance with plans and designs for the school. So I just did want to clarify, that's not an additional $700,000, that is the contract. So currently we're in contract. This is with the amendment recognizing that it's not likely to be able to build a school for $50 million, which is what the assumption was on the initial contract. The architect is saying, hey, through the designing process, we know that it's going to be at least $60 million. We would like to acknowledge that in the contract because the architect, in the nature of how architects are paid, they get a percentage of the total design and cost of the project.
It does say it has a fiscal impact though, and I just, I don't feel comfortable supporting any more money going towards this, so.
And then also to share that this is from our facility dollars. It's not a general fund expense for the planning and design.
On the budget, there were like different line items for facilities, like there, and I didn't totally understand that because when you say that.
There are multiple facility funds, and wouldn't it be nice if the state made it easier? But it's to track where the facility dollars come from. And so Fund 21 is when the district sells bonds. And
So it's coming from a bond, because there's the special reserve for capital outlay projects, but that comes from our general fund and was allocated by us, right?
Right.
Right, so that's not specific state money, that's money that a previous board said, that's specifically for capital outlay projects. What you're saying is this money is coming from one of the bond funds, not from our general fund as it was previously allocated.
So this cost is going to be borne from Fund 35. We will list every single facility fund possible on board agenda items, because at the end of the year, there's timing on when funds have to be spent. So developer fees, you have 5 years to spend and obligate those. With these Fund 35 are dollars that we receive from the state. So we completed a facility construction project. We applied for state matching funds. We got that reimbursement back. And then we're rolling that into the next project, which in this case would be the school design. That is the first source that we're using to pay for these plans for the new school design. The next source would be Fund 25, our developer fees that we're collecting. And it's just, we're strategic in which one we use first because it depends on when they have to be spent by. So there's the 4 funds. There's Fund 21, 25, 35, and 40, which are all facility dollars. Fund 40 is the only one of those 4 funds that has transfers directly from the general fund. And those transfers have been approved by the board in prior years out of the unspent funds at the end of the year. So if there were activities that didn't happen, there were vacancies during the year that led to salary savings, those are the unintended savings at the end of the year that the board has rolled into facility fund transfers, Fund 40 in the past, our pupil transportation for buses and zero emission transition, and for our post-employment benefit retirement funding. So all of those sources are available. Fund 40 is what we have been utilizing to get the neighboring properties if there was other property that would become available that we were looking at because we've outgrown our shared MOT site and we have to go towards the zero emission. Those funds were earmarked and set aside for those type of activities. It's the state matching dollars and the developer fees that we're specifically combining in on this activity right now. And so those dollars are only for facility costs. Developer fees are very stringent on what they can be used for. And the state matching funds, again, if it was state funding for new construction, it has to be used towards new construction. If it was for modernization, it has to be used for modernization. So again, they're very strict in what they're available for.
I guess it would be helpful, even on the summary, like for the school facility and the county school facility fund, the state facility fund, that's 35, right? I don't know, so the 4 here, you're mentioning the different numbers, but it's hard for me to reconcile. So like when we started the conversation, you said that will come out of facility funds. There's 4 different kinds of facility funds. One of them is our money, like our general money that we laid aside, that I suppose because that was at some point our leftover money at an end of a year, if we were in a shortfall of some kind, we could reappropriate that one line. The other 3 we could not. Am I understanding that correctly?
You are absolutely understanding it correctly. And you know what, on that feedback, I'll add the fund numbers, because we know the general fund is Fund 01, and we'll refer to it as Fund 01, a general fund. The names, these are the state assigned names of the funds, and so, and it's confusing also when funds means money, but also for the state accounting, they call them operating funds, and so the general fund is a fund, the capital facilities fund is a fund, so that's confusing on the name and the meaning as well. But
for the it's closer to $5 million, $5.3 million for MLK. Out of those 4 funds, which is that one allocated from? Generally.
I'm sorry, say it again though.
So on item 32, which is the MLK project, that's coming out of the developer funds, the bond funds, the state facility funds, or like is that bond payment, state facility funds, developer fees, or where is that coming from?
So the TK classroom is a classroom facility cost, and so that will come, we got denied for a full day kindergarten grant, which is state funding, but specifically to expand for transitional kindergarten or full day kindergarten. And we did not receive a grant award for that. So we're gonna be using the reimbursement of prior state matching funds that we've received that we're rolling into that TK, to those 2 TK classrooms. So that's gonna be state matching dollars from a prior project that we got reimbursed for the TK, because those are classrooms, and classrooms, school modernizations, new expansions or additions on instructional spaces we use from we always try and get state matching dollars. Oftentimes we get them after we've completed the project, so they come back to us as reimbursements, and we just take those dollars and we keep rolling them forward. And then the new projects that we complete, we apply for state matching funds, and then when those come in, we roll them forward. And so you just keep that state dollar rolling forward to keep us continuing on our facility plan. The parent center, FACE and parent centers are funded through our LCAP, and so that's an LCAP cost. And then the wellness center is funded through our LCAP. The wellness centers are funded through our LCAP, so that's an LCAP cost. Those are our supplemental concentration dollars that we've set LCAP goals for those actions, and so these costs are associated with those LCAP actions.
Any more discussion on those 2 items? Or the consent, we're discussing the consent agenda in general at this point.
Right.
Just for clarification, the motion and second were to approve.
Right.
Is there any desire to pull either of those items out of consent? 1, 2, and more importantly, just as a reminder, the April 24th board study session that's scheduled is to address the myriad of facility projects that are forthcoming and the financing for those, and specifically the new school in terms of the pressure points of rising costs, but the conversation around if the project is not approved, what is the answer? As students, as families move into that area and families desire access to a Northeast campus, everything north of Mount Vernon, everything north of Columbus from River East is pretty much at capacity, from Noble to Nichols to Eisler to Thorner to Fletcher to Chavez. And so the conversation has to be around going back to an old practice of dropping portables on playgrounds to take up space. So just need direction on where we're gonna go forward with those projects, because capacity is gonna be needed in the northeast. It's needed now. It'll continue to be needed.
I have a lot of thoughts, but I really want to go home. We can talk about that in April.
Yes.
But I was going to say, for Roberts, for following the rules of order, we can't pull an item if there's a second on the
Already.
floor.
Yeah, so if there is,
Like if we voted no, we could make another motion, but we can't,
yes, we have this
we can't pull
motion
an item anymore.
on the floor.
Yeah.
So I'm
Sorry
thinking.
to be a snot.
Yeah, so I'm thinking if somebody wanted to pull an item, the vote would have to be no, and we would have to do another motion. Is there any more discussion?
Can I ask one more question? It's hard to say no because we want to give the families of our community everything. But every single time we say yes, we commit to something else we can't take back. So if we say yes, is this still something we can reconsider? Because things are bad. And I love what we as a district are able to do in this community, but I also think we're gonna be asked to make some really hard decisions in the next couple of years based off the budget that we're given. And I understand we're doing what we can with the projections that we're given, but there is money that was allotted for things and contracts that are currently in process. And even though the court said you can't do it, the federal government said bet and did it anyway. So I think, you know, that fear is real. It's not paranoia. There is instability, there is insecurity, and at some point we're gonna have to start saying no to some things, and that is really hard and unpleasant.
Agreed. I think the challenge too is the fact that the LCAP, per the state, is designed to be built with stakeholder input.
Absolutely.
And supplemental contribution dollars are meant to enhance and enrich services for foster youth, ELs, low income, and above and beyond. And that's, if you survey parents and ask them thoughts on parent centers, wellness centers, we're gonna get a strong affirmative that those are expectations the community has. So hard to predict what the budget is, and I hear both of your thoughts on, you know, the uncertainty of the budget going forward.
I don't want to get too in the weeds, but I mean, I also am thinking about the Supreme Court case that could change the landscape of education itself that's going to be heard next month, and how funding can be allocated to religious schools. So there's just a lot happening right now. And again, I do support these, but it's just hard for me to say yes to things that are going to continue to cost money and so much uncertainty.
Nobody wants to take anything from anybody, and I think, but at the end of the day, like, the burden is getting bigger, and how much of that can we carry? Because so many services are being pulled, like basic human services are being pulled from our community on a daily basis. Whereas what we used to do, used to make it better, we can't feed, clothe, shelter, and teach everyone in our community. I wish we could, but I mean, really our job first and foremost is to teach. And that, I feel like it's gonna be, it's already bad. It's already bad, and we need to be saying out loud that it's bad. We need to be saying out loud, even though there's an expectation, even though promises were made, even though commitments exist, all of us are gonna have to adjust our expectations because things are bad.
To go back to your question too, could we pull back from this? And I feel like the answer is we wouldn't, because every time we get into the consent agenda, there's so many new things that come up, it's hard to take a step back. So that's why I want to pause.
I would like to offer distinction between the two items. So the MLK is approving the bid award. So that is approving for construction to go forward, because that's saying, hey, this contractor is the lowest successful bidder and we're authorizing you to engage forward with those services. And so that would be moving forward with those three projects. And with the TK classroom space being very highly desired. The architect's contract is not authorizing the construction of the school. It's authorizing the planning. It's saying that we want to be prepared to be responsive to the development in that area. And so it's putting facility dollars to use towards that planning, so that if the decision is made, and that I'm sure will be a large portion of the conversation or topic at our upcoming facility study session. But that's a separate decision, and that's a separate timeline of whether it's continuing forward with construction. The planning takes a long time for the design and the planning, and then it goes through the state architect's office for approval, and that's a very long timeline as well. So these are not things that if we come to and so Leonard, DSA plans, are they good for 3 years or 5 years after approval? 3. Okay, so they're good for 3 years after approval. So we've got design and we've got the length of the DSA approval, which would be at least 6 months, right? And then from that point that they're approved, you have them on deck for 3 years. So that gives the district buys responsiveness. It buys planning ahead and being responsive if the need is to build the school and begin construction during that timeline. So the item tonight is not to say we're going forward or you're not approving the construction of the school, you're approving the planning.
Yeah, Mr. Luque made that clear. He said that this was the last thing that he was going to ask for a while.
That's just giving that greedy architect more money.
So we have a motion on the floor to approve the entirety of the consent agenda. I'm thinking it feels like a roll call vote. Yep. So I'll just go down the line. Mike Eggert?
Yes. Yes.
Dr. CCP?
No.
Brooke?
No.
Laura?
Yes.
And I'll be a yes as well. Last item on the agenda then is our closing item. It is recommended that the meeting be adjourned.
This is Chris, so moved.
Second. Okay, that'll be it.
I enjoyed that.